Bro, what just happened? What just happened? We are live 5 minutes early, but I'm going to be finding out with you guys at the same time. Where did this red candle come from, bro? We had all this bullish momentum going into the end of the day. You had Powell that was bullish. You had Jameson Greer that was bullish. What the hell just happened? Literally all at once, boom, across S&P just went red. 665 to 663. I mean, it's kind of holding on. I don't know. I'm literally going live early to find out with you guys what happened. Trump tweeted. Oh my goodness. All right, here we go. I believe that China purposefully is not buying our soybeans and causing difficulty for our soybean farmers is an economically hostile act. We are considering terminating business with China, having to do with cooking oil and other elements of trade as retribution. As an example, we can easily produce cooking oil ourselves. We don't need to purchase it from China. Okay, so soybeans is the issue that Trump has with China. This is not how I thought I was going to start this market close, dude. I had a whole different plan on how to start this market close. Let's see the impact of what's going on here. So Robinhood just dropped another percent. S&P, look at that, 662. We recovered down 1.5% all the way to make it green. And we'll talk about why that happened, but I guess this Trump soybean comment goes the opposite direction. SOFI still green, AMD still green, Grab was at 6, now it's back to 595. This is just algos, right? Everything gets hit. Meta's down 1, Amazon's down 1.7. Amazon was at 219, now back to 216. Apple about to go red, SMCI about to go red. Bitcoin and Ethereum, there's some red candles across the board. Ethereum was at 41, now it's down to 4,000. IREN was pushing freaking 72. Where's IREN? 69.92. I mean, it still might get the $70 close. We got to see how the market interacts with this soybean news. But okay, so soybeans is the issue. Again, if you're just joining, Trump says, I believe that China is purposely not buying our soybeans, causing difficulty. We are considering terminating business with China, and we will buy cooking oil ourselves. Well, for everyone who bet that we were going to close red this morning, you were wrong for literally the past 3 hours, and you might end up being right. Goodness gracious, 0.2% down on the S&P. Dude, I put a green thumbnail. I put JPOW on a green thumbnail. The reason I made it green is because we were green. I guess soybeans are making us red. I don't know. I don't know if this is that big of a deal. I mean, I'm being a little hyperbolic here, but obviously equity prices are reacting to the downside. Now, they're not going as down as they were in the morning. The morning was a whole different issue. 1.5% down on the S&P. That was a bit nasty. We were at 657. But hopefully it's not as bad of an issue. But that is the news update for what we've got. Yeah, it feels like a nothing burger, dude. It feels like algos. As soon as Trump says anything about China, the algos go down because they're afraid that we're going to get into a full-on trade war with China. So look, I don't think it's that big of a deal. We're going to see how it plays out. But those all-time highs that some of these stocks were making, IREN, ASTS, etc., might not get that on the close with 17 minutes left. Might not get that on the close with 17 minutes left. All right, so let's get into it. I mean, let's talk about what happened throughout the rest of the day regardless, because we do have a bunch of different updates that are super important to discuss. We will have Technical Tuesday today. Jason will be on at 4:20, and we'll see what goes on from there. But the breaking news right here is Trump says China won't buy our soybeans. So we can produce cooking oil ourselves. That is the update right here. I mean, there you go. There you go. That's what you got happening. This is the tweet right there for those that didn't see it. Okay, cool. So let's get back into some of the other stuff that happened today. So first of all, the most important thing that happened today outside of Powell, which we'll talk about Powell in a second, was Jameson Greer Jameson Greer basically said, hey, the market should calm down because the China issue is not that serious. Obviously, based on what Trump just said right now, it feels a little bit more serious. But here's what Greer said today about rare earth minerals, and then we'll go from there.
For the past 6 months, we've been having constructive conversations with our Chinese counterparts. Way back in May in Geneva, Switzerland, we arrived at a deal where we would take down our massive 145% tariffs. We'd suspend most of those. And in return, the Chinese would suspend their controls on rare earth minerals. Last week, the Chinese decided to re-expand their controls on rare earth minerals.
Out of nowhere?
I would say out of nowhere. Yeah, that's right. I mean, there's always some level of dramatics to it. Where they will, if we take measures, little measures here and they'll threaten to, bring down, hellfire and things like that. But this is something that is completely disproportionate to any measures that the U.S. has taken.
I was going to say, they would probably say, well, you're doing this on semiconductors.
Oh, well, I mean, listen, every country has very specific export controls that are product specific, company specific, sometimes country specific, and it's on things that are very high tech. What the Chinese are doing is broad. It's on the whole world, a broad range of products that contain a tiny 0.1% of it is rare earth materials. And they're doing it to low-tech stuff. The rare earth materials here, these are things that the United States pioneered 60 years ago. It's basic materials that they're trying to control.
But we need...
So it's not like what he said was the most bullish, but the reason the markets, if you're watching the market open when we watched that entire interview live, did a literal U-turn and ended up getting to that V-shaped recovery is because the markets finally got some clarity over what the heck is happening with China. So we're not out of the woods with China, but basically the markets interpreted that as, okay, there is going to be some negotiation that happens in South Korea when Trump and Xi meet. They did confirm that they would be meeting again, and that this is a situation that can be solved. It's not just Trump randomly starting some 100% tariff back and forth, which is, I think, the perception of why the markets fell 3% on Friday, because they thought Trump was just going crazy and we were going to get these random tariffs from nowhere again. Now, having said that, 10 minutes ago when Trump, or 5 minutes ago when Trump tweets what he tweets, you're getting back to that same argument that Trump is trying to pick fights. And apparently, even though Greer tried to calm down the markets based on this whole China situation, Trump tweeting that we are not going to buy cooking oil from China anymore and that they're becoming hostile, which again, like at the end of the day, that's just another form of Trump probably trying to negotiate with the Chinese before his meeting next week. It's enough to get the algos to be upset. I kind of think it's a nothing burger, but nonetheless, that's kind of reversing what Jameson Greer said today. So obviously not out of the woods. We're not as down as we were in the morning when the rare earth metal stuff came out from Reuters that China was being a bit more hostile. Greer kind of calmed people down. Trump is kind of escalating here, saying that China is not buying our soybeans, which is an issue. This is almost exactly what happened in 2018, and it kind of messed up Q4. I don't think that happens this time because the Fed's not hiking like they were back then, and earnings are going to be way better than they were in 2018 Q4. But the government shutdown happened in Q4 2018 and the China soybean issue happened. So we have two of the same things that happened 6 years ago. And, ultimately we're going to see how it plays out going into the end of the year. But obviously we've got a massive Fed easing tailwind and an AI tailwind that's different. Speaking of the Fed, so Jay Powell, and this is the story I was going to lead with today, but then soybeans got into the picture. Jay Powell was pretty bullish, dude. Here's what Jay Powell said. Number one, the data is showing that the economy is largely where it was in September. The data before the shutdown suggests growth may be better than expected. And number three, the labor market weakness justified the September rate cut. Before I left in the market open, my simple analysis of what Jay Powell would say would be labor market weak means more rate cuts. And basically what he said for 50 minutes in his Q&A is, hey, the labor market is showing weakness, which means we're likely going to get some rate cuts. NVIDIA down 4% because of soybeans. Not because of Jay Powell, because of soybeans. But NVIDIA is down 4% right here. Now, the most bullish thing that Jay Powell said, which I think is like the real reason we had a phenomenal V-shaped recovery towards the end of the day until the soybean stuff, is that Powell basically said we might come to an end of quantitative tightening of QT. Federal Chair Jerome Powell said the central bank is nearing a point where it will stop reducing the size of its bond holdings, aka selling off assets on the balance sheet, which would inevitably, even if we don't start buying bonds, which would be, direct QE if we stop selling bonds and we stop quantitative tightening, and we've already stopped the pace of how dramatic it was back in 2022, it would be a form of quantitative easing, which is really good when you pair that with rate cuts. Does that create a bubble? Maybe, but we'll see that when we get to that. But quantitative easing and rates going down means asset prices likely go up. And that was kind of the story I was going to lead with today, but then we got the soybean news. So, I mean, look, the soybean stuff doesn't change that macro trend for what Jay Powell said today, which is incredibly bullish. But nonetheless, you've got this 0.3% drawdown on the S&P 500 based on what Trump just said. Let's get some coverage right here on the soybean stuff, and then we'll talk more about what Jay Powell said. But, you know, I was going to compliment Jay Powell for being such a QT, for starting to get back into QE, but the soybeans kind of messed that up.
Because the president is talking about China on social media. Here's what he posted. He says, I believe that China purposely not buying our soybeans and causing difficulty for our soybean farmers is an economically hostile act. We are considering terminating business with China having to do with cooking oil and other elements of trade as retribution. As an example, we can easily produce cooking oil ourselves. We don't need to purchase it from China. Note that word considering there, Scott, because even though there's been a lot of intense rhetoric from President Trump and Treasury Secretary Besson over the past 4 days, the thing to focus on is what hasn't happened, which is any action actually to raise tariffs or to retaliate concretely. You saw that word considering the retaliation there in the social media post. Now, I'm told that that's part of an intentional effort by the U.S. to manage through this situation. So even as tensions are rising, the U.S. action here has been proportional to the Chinese action. And because the Chinese have so far threatened to impose export controls on rare earths, but not yet actually done it, the U.S. retaliation remains in the realm of hypothetical for now, too. Now, that means there's still a way to dial back from this relatively quickly if the two sides can find an off-ramp. One point a senior administration official made to me today: the Chinese Ministry of Commerce, they feel, has taken a much more aggressive role in the negotiations than the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which has been part of the reason for the flare-up. U.S. officials are concerned that some in the Chinese Ministry of Commerce are adopting a more hostile style of diplomacy known as the wolf warrior ethos. One person who's getting a lot of attention in that regard, Scott, is Li Chenggong, the Chinese Vice Minister of Commerce. You see him here. He's said to be one of the most aggressive officials on the Chinese side of these negotiations and a potential disruptor or problem in these talks. But it doesn't seem to the U.S. side that all of the Chinese officials are adopting this approach. And so that raises the question of how much of this is Chinese domestic politics playing out and how much of it is an intentional good cop, bad cop strategy. U.S. officials see the trade truce since the talks in Geneva this summer as fragile but stable, despite the rhetoric of the past 4 days. And for now, the betting in Washington is that face-to-face meeting between President Trump and Xi Jinping will actually happen at the end of the month, Scott. So some insight into...
Imagine getting liquidated over soybeans. Over soybeans. I mean, there you go. I mean, look, it's not that dramatic of a red candle, but I think this is more so annoying to market participants that thought this China stuff is not over, but it wouldn't escalate to the point where soybeans gets into the conversation again. But there you go. Now, again, as he just said, Xi and Trump are going to be meeting next week in Korea. So they will be having a conversation. Trump might be putting this stuff out, not really caring about how the market's going to react, but more so caring about getting leverage and using soybeans as leverage. And Jameson Greer did say this morning that China realized that they got too aggressive with their rare earth exports and export controls, and they pulled back some of their statements on Saturday night, which he was right about. The Ministry of Finance in China came out and basically said we don't want to escalate this to that extent, which is why the market started U-turning at 12 p.m. because they were like, all right, both sides want to get a negotiating conclusion to what's going on right now. But now when you put soybeans into the conversation, that changes some of the dynamics. So S&P 500 right there, 662. I mean, look, it's not down as much as it was, but it was pretty damn green before we got this announcement. And I guess we're going to have to take a couple of days to see how the market reacts to this, what China says to this. I mean, now there's a lot of unknowns that we have to deal with in regards to the broader market. NVIDIA right there, still down 4%, potentially going back below 180 right there. Palantir is still up 1%. It was at 180. Tesla was at 435. That's back down to 1.7. And then Robinhood was at 141 right before this came out. Now down to 135.39. This is very fatiguing. This is indeed fatiguing, but this is the nature of investing in this administration. Again, for those that are just joining, Trump said, I believe that China purposely not buying our soybeans is an economically hostile act. We are considering terminating business with China having to do with cooking oil. I'm going to Google real quick, how much cooking oil does the U.S. buy from China? I didn't know it was that much. 1.27 million metric tons. We account for 43% of China's total cooking oil exports every year. Holy crap, dude. Well, now we know why Trump mentioned cooking oil. We're almost half the entire cooking oil that China exports across the world. Seems like a lot. So it looks like that's why he's choosing that to make his claim. Why can't he say this after the market close? You know what? I'd rather he does it before the market close. I mean, if you're going to rip the Band-Aid off and not let us have a green day, you might as well just do it before 4 p.m. versus take our hearts out after hours. But regardless, it has been a good day for a lot of names. Look, ASTS got to freaking $99. I know it's at 95 right now, but that's still up 5%. IREN, I mean, congratulations to those that are in the stock. Hit 72.30. Muckaby, thank you for the $200 super chat. I saw some screenshots from Muckaby today in my DMs. Let's just say he basically took 60,000 and turned it into a lot more than 60,000. We're talking about 7 figures from 60,000 because of IREN. So, I mean, this stock has created literally millionaires. That has been a phenomenal name. It continued to go higher throughout the entire day. That's up 8% now. It was at 72, probably would have closed above 70 if it weren't for the soybean thing. But IREN having a great day. SLG, that was up. TFC, that was up. The banks, again, completely crushed it. Wells Fargo had one of the best days for all the banks. Wells Fargo right there. That's up 7% on the day. Again, it was a really good day in regards to the banks, in regards to Jameson Greer, and then in regards to what Powell said. It's just this last-minute notification on the soybeans is kind of what messed up the green close. But overall, absolutely incredible. And again, it's as Muckaby says right there, it's very humbling to go from 60,000 to multiple 7 figures off one stock. I mean, and you deserve it when you do the due diligence and you get in so early into a name like this. But it goes to show how great the demand is, obviously, for AI data centers. That's why IREN is running, and also how much the market wants to continue pulling forward the multiple because they think that growth is going to be there. SOFI as well, 27.78. SOFI was pushing 29 before that soybean announcement came out. SOFI right there now at 27.77. I mean, you had a day where someone literally bet $500 on Kalshi if J Powell would cough. He would win $500 if J Powell would cough. And as you can see in this video right here, J Powell coughed. And this guy won $500. So, I mean, it was a pretty exciting day across the board. Exciting day across the board. J Powell gave us some pretty bullish statements. But, you know, now we have to navigate this soybean stuff. This is the world the prediction markets are taking us into, dude. This is the freaking world the prediction markets are taking us into. Walmart had a massive day. ChatGPT, instant checkout for Walmart. So the partnership with OpenAI, that also helped Walmart. I mean, a lot of these companies, if you're able to partner with OpenAI, I mean, at this point, NVIDIA should just announce something with OpenAI every freaking week, and that will continue to help their stock. But Walmart, instant checkout with OpenAI, same thing that Shopify said. I mean, look at Walmart. It's up 5% on the day. Walmart's not a stock that really moves 5-7% a day. It's moving 5% based on AI integrations on checking out. And that was really good for Walmart. So yeah, that's getting some momentum. And then you had this from the senior vice president of Apple in marketing posted this. I would love to know what you guys think it could be. It kind of looks like a laptop, but maybe it's more than a laptop. I mean, no, it's definitely a laptop. I was thinking for a second, maybe it's a foldable phone, but it's probably a laptop. So it looks like the new either M5 chip or MacBook series are getting ready to come out. And Apple likely will be hosting an event to talk about that in the coming weeks. Apple right there, 247. That one also losing 250 based on the soybean tweet. Prolific says, I won one of the 1 gram gold bars from Robinhood. Wow, congrats. I forgot they were doing that giveaway last month. So if you were a winner of gold bar, congratulations. Super awesome stuff. I mean, gold continues to do its thing. Gold hit a new all-time high today, 4,158 on the day right now. Silver as well, still above 50. So you are still seeing silver is actually a little red on the day, but gold is green. Gold and silver not slowing down. Paul Tudor Jones came out. Remember last week he said it kind of feels like a bubble or there's a resemblance of a bubble. He came out today and he said 2 things. Number one, he said the NASDAQ will be significantly higher between now and end of year. Bullish. Number 2, he said, I think the federal funds rate, aka interest rates, will be 2.5 to 2.75% by the end of next year. Oil prices, by the way, WTI crude down about 1.7%. I mean, if Paul Tudor Jones is thinking the NASDAQ's going to be higher by the end of the year and he thinks rates are going to get basically cut in half by the end of next year, obviously you're going to have a market that feels a bit more excited about the the potential for risk on assets. And as a result, you're getting some momentum. Last thing before we get into the market close, we got about 20 seconds. Sam Altman said today that they are working on building out more of their data centers to support. And for those that didn't hear it, this might be a little bit of a shocker to a lot of people. You might be a bit surprised, but nonetheless, this is probably going to be the biggest use case of AI to an extent. Erotica for adult users. So Sam Altman explicitly said, hey, we see that this is high in demand, and we are working hard on building out our GPUs and our data centers to make sure that we can serve erotica to adult users. Having said that, Tuesday, October 14th, 4 p.m. Thank you, everybody, for being here. The stock market closed. I mean, dude, take NVIDIA to the literal moon. If Sam Altman is, I mean, if that's, if he thinks that's one of the biggest verticals of AI to go after, we're taking NVIDIA to the moon. I guess we're going to have to. It's kind of crazy, bro. But that was one of the headlines from an AI perspective today. And like Sam Altman literally tweeted that. So it wasn't like misquoted by some report. It was literally announced today. And it was in the context of like trying to deal with mental health for ChatGPT. But he went on further to talk about all the other things that they are getting ready to put out. So that's what we got. Again, if you are just joining, the main headline of the day is not what Jay Powell said. It's not what Jameson Greer said. It is Trump 10 minutes before the market closed saying that I believe China is not buying our soybeans. And as a result, we want to counter by not buying their cooking oil. The United States is almost 50% of China's cooking oil exports, which is likely why Trump mentioned this. And as a result, it looks like this trade war potentially is escalating. I mean, I guess we'll hear what China says later, but the market definitely acted like it was escalating in the last 10 minutes of the day. So that is what we've got. All right, how did the market end? Robinhood, 135.44. That was down about 3.72% on the day. Palantir right here, 179.57. That was down about 1.3%. Tesla, 1.4%. If you heard a sound at the end of the market close, it was probably the Robinhood sound. It does this like opening sound, closing sound when the market opens or market closes. So that's probably the sound you heard when the market closed at 4 p.m. NVIDIA right there, 180. That was down 4%. S&P only ended down 0.08%, but unfortunately could not go green based on that soybean quote. Was at 665, went all the way down to 662. But I mean, it was better from 657 in the morning. So you did get a bit of a rebound, or 653 it got to. AMD 218, that ended green. SOFI, that's up 2.6% on the day. That was green. Google was down about 0.5%. Reddit down about 3.6%. Amazon, I did buy more Amazon today. I'm continuing to DCA into Amazon. I mean, we've been through the thesis for a while, but Amazon below 220 to me is a buy. So I bought more at 217 today. Meta right there, 708. That's down. Salesforce was down 4%. Salesforce announced a freaking OpenAI partnership, and they could not get their stock to move, unfortunately. Everyone can get their stock to move if they say they're working with OpenAI, not Salesforce. So they announced like some multi-year enterprise addition to what they're already doing with OpenAI. Stock, unfortunately, fell 4%. PayPal was actually green on the day, 69.15. Apple was down. SMCI was down. Ethereum, 4,100. Bitcoin at 112. Oh, by the way, that Bitcoin guy who was doing the short, the same guy who did the short after or right before the Trump Truth Social post on China, which allowed him to make $200 million, he closed the short. He closed the short. He literally closed the short right when I ended the market open. I got the notification that he closed the short. And so, I mean, that's pretty bullish, right? That he ended up closing the short. But so far, we have not seen him open the short. Let me show you guys the post right here of him closing. He closed it, I think, at 114-ish. So there you go. That was the close of the short. Or at 112, he closed it. I think he made some good money on it because he started at 116. But even he probably heard what Jameson Greer had to say, and he was like, hey, I don't want to short this if the China thing is not that big of a deal. I mean, I'm not in the guy's head, but I would imagine that's probably what he was thinking. And then boom, you get this Trump tweet right at the market close, which you would think if he was the guy who knew that the Trump tweet was coming, he would get the intel that another Trump tweet was coming. But I guess his plug wasn't able to deliver him the soybean notification before it came out. And as a result, you kind of had the market take it. It's Barron Trump. It might be Barron Trump. It might be. It was, you admit, dude, I mean, $200 million, bro. That is crazy. I don't even know how to do perpetual futures contracts. I've never even signed up to a platform that like allows me to do that. But look, the point is, at the end of the day, Powell, I think, was the most bullish thing that happened this morning. It's just that soybean stuff kind of changed it. So again, what did Powell say? We talked about it for a little bit, but the most important thing he talked about was the balance sheet. And essentially, Powell made the argument that the risk of continuing contracting on the balance sheet, aka quantitative tightening, is not something they want to engage in at the level at what they were doing before. And as a result, you had the markets immediately interpret that as pretty bullish. And that kind of changed the perspective on what the markets were thinking about. So let me pull up this this clip right here where Powell is talking about that, and then we'll keep going from there. We got Technical Tuesday in about 15 minutes, and then we'll get Jason on and start getting into TA.
That tumultuous period, we continue to purchase in order to avoid a sharp, unwelcome tightening of financial conditions at a time when the economy still appeared to be highly vulnerable. Our thinking was, was informed by recent episodes in which signals about...
That was the cough, by the way, that made someone $500 on Kalshi betting on Powell coughing at least once.
Reducing the balance sheet had triggered significant tightening in financial conditions, and we were thinking of the events of December 2018, as well as the 2013 taper tantrum. Regarding the composition of our purchases, some have questioned the inclusion of agency MBS purchases given the strong housing market during the pandemic recovery. Outside of purchases aimed specifically at market functioning, MBS purchases are primarily intended, like our purchases of Treasury securities, to ease broader financial conditions when the policy rate is constrained by the effective lower bound.
And then this was Powell talking about why they made the decision they made in September.
Decisions according to the FOMC schedule, but I think it will be a lot better once we start getting, for example, the September employment report is going to be a very important report, and we're not on track to have that. There would still be time for us to get that. We will get, of course, the September inflation, the CPI and PPI reports. So that's a positive. But we don't comment on fiscal matters, but from our standpoint, we'll start to miss that data, and particularly the October data. If this goes on for a while, they won't be collecting it, and it could become more challenging.
You used the term gold standard, and you didn't mean it in this context, but I'm going to pivot here because there's a question from the audience that's getting a lot of upvotes. So one of your predecessors, Alan Greenspan, used to view the price of gold as an indicator of inflation risk. So in that context, how do you view the rally that we've seen in gold? And if you want to throw in Bitcoin, you can comment on that too.
I'm not going to comment on any particular asset price, including that one. And I think we think of inflation as driven by fundamental supply and demand factors, and it's not something we look at actively.
So Powell didn't give us a reason for why he thinks gold is going higher. Again, the sort of gut check most people do when they think gold goes higher is that inflation expectations are going higher. The problem is the 10-year is going lower, and the 10-year should be going higher, aka people should be selling off treasuries if they think inflation's going higher because they want to get more bang for their buck. And that's the credit market's way of saying we don't want to lock in a 4% rate for 10 years. We want to get 4.1 or 4.07 because we think inflation is going to be higher and we want to beat the rate of inflation. So it is kind of weird, right? Gold is going up, which usually signals a hedge against inflation, but the 10 years going down, which signals that the bond market thinks that there's not that much of a risk of inflation. And I mean, the fact that AI could be massively deflationary over the next 10 years could be something that they're factoring in, but it is a little weird, the dichotomy between why gold's moving up and why the 10-year is moving down. You would think both would move in the right direction if they both believed inflation was coming down or both believed inflation was coming up. But there are different perspectives from that. And Bitcoin 112.5, I mean, Bitcoin even holding above 100,000 is still pretty damn good, given that it fell all the way to 106 on Friday. So you do have a rebound, but it is down from 116 that it was yesterday. Unkid has a good comment right here. He says, Amit, can you speak about why PTG, Howard Marks, and Powell all changed their views suddenly and around the same time? Now, look, Paul Tudor Jones, I can't really speak for him because, at the end of the day, I think Paul Tudor Jones believes that there will be a bubble. He thinks we're in the early signs of a bubble. So he's not actually changing his views. When he thinks that the NASDAQ is going to increase significantly by the end of the year and that rates are going to come down significantly. I think he's basically feeding into the narrative that we are going to get into a bubble, right? Because you're going to have really low rates. You're going to have the Fed quantitative easing. You're going to have the NASDAQ going up. That's kind of how 1999, 2000 played out. At least that's how he's described it. So I don't think he's necessarily changing his tone right there. Jay Powell is looking at the labor market and realizing they have no choice but to cut in rates. The Howard Marks pivot is the most surprising pivot to me. And I kind of have a reason for why Marks might have pivoted. And I don't want to speak for Marks, but if you guys want to hear my tinfoil hat theory, Brookfield bought out a decent chunk of Oaktree Capital yesterday. And I found that out late last night. So, I mean, Howard Marks just got paid. Brookfield acquired the rest of Oaktree for $3 billion. The transaction is expected to close in the first quarter of next year. Maybe there's a world where Howard Marks is like, hey, markets are great because I'm about to get a $3 billion payday. And I don't want to say that we're bubbly because then the acquisition of my investment firm would potentially make it seem unreasonable to spend $3 billion. But if the markets are great and the economy's fine and the S&P is not expensive, then, $3 billion is not that big of a deal. Having said that, I have a lot of respect for Howard Marks, like a lot of respect. And if you've listened to his memos, if you've heard his interviews, he is not the type of guy to bullshit you. I mean, he will call it straight no matter what type of market environment we are in. So at its core, I do think he believes that the S&P is expensive, but the quality of companies are much better. It's just, if you listen to him on Bloomberg a month and a half ago, he didn't sound as optimistic as he sounded yesterday. He really didn't. And if you don't believe me, go listen to his Bloomberg interview from a month ago. So yes, as Soam says right here, sometimes you got to let the ink dry. Sometimes you got to let the ink dry. And maybe that could have been a reason. Grab did get another upgrade today. Citibank upgraded them to $7. So now we have 4 analysts that have upgraded Grab to $7. Citi analyst Alicia Yap. Her last name is Yap? Huh. I need to find this woman. Raised her Grab price to $7 from $6.60, maintaining a buy rating. Opens a 30-day upside catalyst watch. Dude, I think $7 is on the table. I really do. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think if they give a good quarter, all the analysts are kind of coming to the conclusion that this thing probably deserves to be around $7. And if so, there's some upside. But we're going to see how this ends up playing out. Yeah, YAP, bro. Her name is YAP, Alicia Yap. I need to. I'm a yapper. I feel like I have to talk to someone who is blessed with the last name of Yap. YAP. Oh, did Bezos sell some Amazon? Maybe this is why Amazon's been getting hit. Amazon Jeff Bezos reports updated decreased ownership of 9%. How much did he own before? I think it was like 9.5. So not a crazy decrease. 9%. Yeah, there it is. He owns 883 million shares. 9%. There you go. Decreased ownership stake of 9%. I don't think he was at like 12% before or anything. I think he was around like 9.2, 9.3. So, I mean, we knew that he was selling over the past couple months. So that's not that surprising. But yeah, Bezos has to, pay for his weddings. So IREN also closed their $1 billion convertible note offering today. So that is something that is good for IREN. They raised $1 billion, $69.49. I mean, again, this stock has just done wonders for people. Year to date, the stock is up 565%. I mean, absolutely life-changing for a lot of people. And look, if they get a deal like NBIS got with Microsoft, who knows where the stock can go if they are going to continue to expand. And I imagine they're buying all these GPUs to one day get that type of a deal. The question is just when you think that ends up playing out. His most was like 10%. Yeah. He would have another, I think he would have another, hold on, let's do the exact math. Well, it's not going to be literally the exact. He would have another 50 billion if he didn't get a divorce, because he gave 4% of his Amazon stock to Mackenzie, his wife, which at the time was worth about 36 billion. That obviously increased, but she gave away a lot of that money. She still has around 30 billion, but Amazon stock did really well since 2019. So yeah, I mean, he would have another probably 40, 50 billion if he didn't give away that 4% stake. I mean, he would officially be the richest, or very close to the richest guy on earth. I mean, I know Elon has dwarfed him, but still, that 4% stake kind of set him back. All right, so that's what you got in the context of Mr. Bezos. Let's see what other headlines we got. Again, Jason will be on in about 10 minutes or about 5 minutes, and we'll get into Technical Tuesday. Oh, here's a big update today for Bitcoin. The DOJ seized 15 billion in Bitcoin from a pig butchering scam based in Cambodia. So you got the DOJ getting another 15 billion, add that to the United States balance sheet. And they're probably not going to sell it given how bullish Trump is, but you got more Bitcoin that has been seized by the United States, and likely they are going to hold on to it. Rocket Lab, successful deployment with Synspective. So this was great for Rocket Lab today. Again, that stock didn't get the $70 close, but did get around 68.50. So not too bad there. And Rocket Lab got some momentum today as well. I don't know exactly what the pig butchering scam was about. I didn't read too much into it, but the DOJ did seize 15 billion of it. All right, last headline for today, and then we'll get into Technical Tuesday. This thing I think was actually really bullish for both Spotify and Netflix. They're now having a video podcast deal. So Netflix is going to be licensing Spotify video podcasts from Spotify Studios on their platform. And you got sort of the most important podcasts on Spotify, Bill Simmons, True Crime, all that stuff that is going to be available on Netflix. The funny thing about this is on Google, all of these podcasts are available for free because people just upload them to YouTube. So Google really doesn't have to pay for these podcasts. On Netflix, they have to pay Spotify a licensing fee just to get the content onto the platform, which has always been my gripe with Netflix as a company. Is they always have to pay for more and more content. But the fact that they have so many people willing to pay them for the content because people assume Netflix is some premium brand of content, that's why they're able to afford it. So Netflix right there was green on the day. Then the Trump soybean news came out. Spotify, did that go green on the day? Spotify, yeah, it was at 700. It fell to 680 right when the soybean stuff came out. But Spotify also was green as well. Why would you watch a podcast on Netflix? It's a fair point, but I mean, people do watch podcasts on YouTube. So, maybe people just turn on the same thing on Netflix and that's what they would watch as well. All right, that's what we got, folks. That's what we got on the day. Again, I thought this market close would be a little different, but we got an update for soybeans. This was the tweet for those that didn't see it. Trump is considering to stop buying cooking oil from China because they're not buying our soybeans. Obviously, it is a further escalation of trade tensions after Jameson Greer kind of de-escalated this morning. And we're going to have to see how the market reacts to that. But ironically, the same reason why the markets were down 1.5% in the morning is why the markets potentially could be down tomorrow, which has to do with China. And as a result, this is some of the pain that you're seeing as we get into the market close. All right, that's it. Let's get into Technical Tuesday. For those that care about technicals, we're going to spend the next 2.5 hours going through all the main tickers, NVIDIA, HUD, Palantir, Tesla, etc., looking at their technicals with the person that I think is one of the best TA people on the planet. And in about an hour, we will start taking the audience requests, and we'll try to get through as many tickers as possible. 5 minutes a ticker. We got the shot clock on the board. You guys like the flow last week when we implemented that, so we're going to keep that going. And let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Technical Tuesday.
We
what
have
a market
arrived.
Close, dude.
I know. I saw it.
Soybeans.
It was the soybeans trump the QT was the line. Soybeans trump the QT. It is what it is.
Well, we're live. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm gonna see if I can join. I can't always see the comments. Maybe if I can join this through the. Oh, there you go. Do you have
guys,
it on your phone?
Yeah, I actually have it on my iPad. My iPad. I mean, I haven't showed you guys this, but this is how I keep track of all the comments.
Yeah, because I can't look at multiple places at the same time, and StreamYard comments don't really keep it up that well.
And then this is my background on my iPad for those that have never seen it. Dude, it's been like this for almost 2 years. I just haven't changed it. I mean, it's a nice background. Why not? I'm never beating the allegations. All right, so let's get into it. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm going to put a Google Doc right here in the chat. This will keep track of all the tickers. Couple things. Please do not spam your ticker. I promise I have a big-ass iPad. I can see all the names. So please do not spam it. If you spam it more, it's going to make us not want to do the ticker. So that's the first thing. Number two, do not give us any OTC stocks or stocks that are under $1 billion. If you keep asking us, first of all, Jason can't really do TT on those. It's likely not even that legal for us to talk about them because they probably have low floats. We don't want to be moving those stocks. And number two is just like, we can't do those names. Like you can go to other places for those names, but we really can't talk about those names. And then number three, again, we will take audience requests in an hour. We usually get to most of them. We're going to miss some of them, but we usually get to most. Just got to be a little patient. We will get to all the big ones that matter. But we'll be here for the next 2.5 hours. And Jason is very grateful every single Tuesday for free to spend his time with us. So I'm putting his Twitter right here in the chat that you guys can follow him, and his YouTube. And we will get to as many tickers as possible. And again, I like if you spam, dude, like it's really hard for a chat to function if there's spam. So if you spam your ticker 3-4 times, you're just going to get banned. And
is this what we've come to?
Yeah, no, because people are so, they love their tickers so much. And I get it. I understand. Like, we're going to try to do them. But if you spam some random ticker over and over again, you're just not going to be able to participate. And that sucks. And it sucks for the rest of the chat. So I'm not even the one that wants to ban you, but the rest of the chat cannot function if there's one ticker over and over and over again coming back and forth. So please don't do that. I hate being a dictator, but please do not spam a ticker. All right.
Secretly, he enjoys it though.
No, I do. I really don't. Because then people freaking email me like, oh, Mid, you banned me. What's going on? And they have to go to YouTube and go in my settings and unban them. And it's annoying for me. I'd rather not have to ban it. But it really disrupts the flow of the chat if there's some person spamming Kraken every 5 minutes. And like Kraken is an OTC stock. We can't look at Kraken. Tell Kraken to go to the NASDAQ. Maybe then we can look. We can't look at these over-the-counter tickers. This is not Wolf of Wall Street. We can't look at these pink sheet stocks. I'm sure some of them are great companies, but we just can't do TT on them. All right. Having said that, let's get into it. I think let's start off with SPY. Let's go with SPY. And what are you thinking is going on with the S&P 500?
All right. So let me go ahead and share.
And yeah, we'll keep the 5 minutes. We'll keep the flow good. Amit is pissed because of the soybeans. I'm not even pissed.
They ruined his thumbnail, guys. Like he had.
Dude, I put green on the thumbnail.
Green clothes.
And now it looks stupid because we're not green. Like I put JPow on a fresh green thumbnail, and then
he's like, that's legitimately what he's upset about right now.
That's what I'm mad about.
All right, so I got a little for my throat. These throat bombs. What is it called with the noises? When you hear me with the anyways. So you'll work through it. All right, are you ready?
I'm ready.
On the top left of my screen, there is a ticker here.
Oh, that's good. That's even better, bro. Keeping it big. Yeah, that's better.
Oh, you want to keep it this big?
A little bit smaller? Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect.
All right.
There you go. All right, S&P. Let's get into it.
So this is the countdown. So if you're wondering why, this is the countdown to kind of keep us on track. The attempt. Ready, set? S&P. All right. So SPY, I think you have to start on the weekly. Last week we had really just like the Trump shenanigans, if you will. And I'll just take this off for a moment. A couple of my other lines. I wasn't able to prep fully, but from a weekly perspective, not last week, but the week before last, that's 672 to 661. Hopefully you guys can see all the numbers. Looks like you can see all the numbers on my screen. So at 661, that's where we're actually going to be above, not last week, but the week before's close. That's going to be an important level. When you see a candle like this big, giant, what we call this a kill candle because it kills the momentum. And it's usually it's a sentiment thing. So first of all, sentiment is important. What I just did was I threw a fib on just this past week's candle, and that 50% range is 663.40. Right here, this is what we're going to call a bearish retracement. So in this box, this is it's a bearish retracement, and that's actually exactly what we hit today right here. And so that's kind of like the top of a bearish retracement. In order for this to actually follow through, what needs to happen is we actually need to expand above 666.5. And that's going to be your key point. It's also going to line up with about a 20-day simple moving average. So put that, it's a 20-day simple moving average. I have mine locked on the daily, even though this is a weekly chart. But the 20-day simple, that's going to more or less be your major trend break. For now, if we're below 661, then the way this works is really you're just going to go candle to candle, possibly the bottom of last week, which is more or less where we've stopped. If we do lose this, the next rung down here, next candle low, is down to 647. And that's really, that's actually where we would probably end up stopping anyways on the next kind of retest of support. So for now,
did you think the 665 level we hit today was bullish before the soybeans thing? Do you think that was a good reversal that we had throughout the day?
It was a good intraday reversal. It actually,
like
it actually was
right? to go up to do that 1.5% sort of V shape.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it really was. But then when you look at and now I've zoomed into a 30-minute chart in our private group, my note was, look, we're running into on both the Qs and SPY, and I've just kind of traced this. The white line is that 20-day simple moving average. For whatever reason, technicals and these random news flow events always line up. And so to see this rejection literally at the 20-day simple moving average wasn't surprising to me. My note to our group was, it's not a good spot risk reward wise for net new money longs. I could easily see this coming back and actually kind of like chopping around and putting a couple days of sideways action into the market to really just digest what just happened. And usually that's what happens when we see a big, what we call kill candle like this. It's not really a short until you're breaking these lows. In between this, we call this an inside day, meaning that like these days, these last 2 days, we're inside the prior like large candle. And so until this area breaks, it's really, we really just haven't gone anywhere. So the way you view this is it's digestion. And my note to put these things out, these little lines, this fib retracements, is just in essence to say, hey, look, we have a small tradable, this is trading, right? A tradable range from here to here. And then not until we're actually over 672 are we really fully in the clear, because you still need to be cautious here of some kind of a pullback, but you don't really want to see this here. Now tomorrow, if we do bounce, and I'm running out of time here, this would be worst case scenario like that. That would be tomorrow to have a green open. Tomorrow having a green open and a red close would probably be worst case scenario. Intraday, very short term for active traders. But even in that case, you're still going to maybe retest these lows, which again, if this locks in a higher low, higher than this aftermarket low, that's probably going to be possibly going to be a buyable dip anyways. That lines up somewhere around this prior retest here. But that's SPY for now.
Okay. Hoodie, what are we thinking about that?
Hoodie. So hoodie's in a very similar position where like this is from that last breakout of 123. This is where everybody really started fumbling over themselves on where do we reprice Robinhood after these event contracts. Measuring from this breakout point to the actual tops here, this area is that kind of like right in between. We call this a golden retracement. The very bottom of that is about 132. You generally want it to hold 132. If for whatever reason it doesn't, then 122s would be that full-blown retest of this kind of block right here. And at that point in time, maybe the 50-day is sitting around that same general area. Robinhood can get a little whipsawy from time to time, but from a textbook perspective, assuming no news flow, Actually, right here is a pickup spot, assuming that the trend is intact and it doesn't really lose the 20-day simple moving average. So here now, technically, this general area is a pretty decent risk reward. I can pull this back. It's for a short term. I mean short term. So when I talk about trading, side note, time horizon, which means how long you intend to hold things, is paramount. So when I'm prefacing these things, I'm mostly thinking week to week, because I'll see you guys most likely in about a week, depending on how many earnings are coming up. But usually you're looking for a general bounce like this, back up into this range, which would really put you back into this 150 area.
If someone wanted a dip by at 135, do you think it's not crazy to take a shot at it at that level?
It's not crazy to take a shot at it.
Okay.
Why did you buy
That's
it?
fair. No, I'm just asking because there's a lot of people that have been asking, when do I get in? And I mean, it's not
Well,
at 150.
technically from this, like this most recent kind of trajectory, this is a spot. Is it the spot? It's not like the spot. It's an okay discount. It's like Tesla at 415 that we've been kind of highlighting from April. This is like $40. This is your broader channel. And so this is kind of like that center line. And I'll just, since I got a couple minutes right here, this is the entire channel. So we've just really kind of lost the center line of the channel. The low end, so deep discounts, would be in that 120 kind of area, which is a full-blown retest of really the 50-day and that initial breakout area right over here. So that's your deeper discount in the 120s. Right here is an okay. It's a good discount. Discount as in you're not buying it at the very top of the channel. So trade location matters. This is about 50% of the range. This is your steepest discount with it, as long as it stays within this channel. If it doesn't stay within that channel from a technical perspective, well, then it doesn't stay within the channel, and then it needs to change. It needs to change the trajectory. But with everything else, assuming that everything else stays the same, this is the trajectory as it is, and it's not broken. It's still in a solid uptrend. The only difference is that it's moving towards the bottom of the channel versus staying in the top of the channel.
Okay. Amazon, what are you thinking?
I bought that today.
Okay, you and me both.
Did you? But I didn't know that Bezos sold anything. We said.
Well, I mean, he had like 9 point. He didn't sell anything today, but I guess he just reported how much he overall has.
So my thing was like, when we talked last Tuesday, I was talking about the bears kind of being pretty weak here at this 215. And in my mind, I'm looking at this and I'm like, I don't need to wait for this chart to tell me that we're going to get to at least 225. And assuming that we get to 225, we hold. We did get to 225 pretty much straight away, but it did not hold. And this whole time, my other deeper discount area was, chat probably knows or remembers, 210. And so this morning at 211, to me, good enough for government work. I actually bought straight up equity, which is a rarity. And I also have a smaller ish. Anyways, I bought the stock.
What, 215 you bought it?
213.
213, okay.
Yeah, it was like a morning pickup. Just under this 200-day simple. So one little trick, since I got a little bit, I don't know that the 200-day simple moving average, which is this red line here, actually saves it. A lot of times what you're looking for is it's possible that it loses the 200-day simple moving average, which is why I actually went with equity here. Because at this level, I don't mind actually starting a net new equity position as a position trader. That's just me. But when a stock loses the 200-day simple, it can get a little funky. And usually what you're looking for is a situation like this, or a situation like this, or something hereabouts, right? And so one easy way to do this is to go on a daily chart. So this is a 1-day chart. And what you're looking for is you're looking for a higher daily low. So this is one kind of wick, which lined up to my general loading zone right here. Longer term, this is actually not a bad retest right over here. I'm okay with this, having tested this area. I think this is more of what we ran into. So testing this whole breakout over here, I'm okay with this. Is it possible that news flow happens and this loses this area? It is. I'm not going to jump in front of this, but what I will be doing is I'll be watching for basically a daily higher low. So I'm going to be looking for some kind of structure like this where I have it's coming down. I have a candle like this, and then I break a high, and then I will pick up on the higher low. So this is a low, and then we'll have a higher low like this.
The equity you picked up, would you be willing to hold that equity for like 5 years, or how are you thinking of the equity that you bought?
Usually, if I'm buying equity, I don't want to have short-term gains. So more than 12 months.
Okay, that makes sense.
Is if I'm buying equity, I'm not usually looking for short-term cap gains, which means that, and I don't do it all at once. So if I do it, okay, here's a spot. There's like it would be, maybe a little bit wherever it lands. If it loses the 200-day, it could just become, all right, well, now I'm sitting in a falling knife, and I don't want to just average down because I'm red. Like, I don't want to do that. I got to wait till it actually fills, or like till it stops and starts to go sideways. But the best way to do that is to either look for something like this, but use that little trick. If you have a low, then even a higher low, daily higher low, something like that, that is below the 200-day simple. Usually you're a second, like daily higher low, when the stock is actually below the 200-day simple moving average, ends up being a pretty good buy 9 out of 10 times. Don't quote me on that stat, but a lot of the time, just waiting for a small structural break or reversal when the stock is actually below the 200-day. Most people say, oh, get out because it's under the 200-day. I actually like to buy below the 200-day. That's just me. So as close to, maybe even below, I'll be happy with it.
BMNR.
BMNR. We talked about this a little bit last night, but 53, as close to 50 as you could, was going to be, to me, kind of where we are. This was that prevailing uptrend, but net, very much in consolidation here. So still in consolidation, still holding this general area. We're right on the cusp. Oops, I didn't mean to move that, but we're right on the cusp. Man, yeah, you were right. This is 47. 47 was a good pickup after hours. If anybody caught that, that was a good. I feel like that was a good deal.
That was 3,400 ETH at 47.
I mean, we could talk about ETH, but if anybody had those resting orders, I unfortunately did not have my resting orders out there. But on the last Technical Tuesday, we talked about needing to have orders sitting out there because it's going to go so fast. This is welcome to crypto, but that's how it works. But that ends up being like a really good liquidity grab to me. 53, generally speaking, was what I was looking for. We are here. I like it. What I want to do, I'm going to do one more thing and just add a little bit of a kind of a parallel channel. So we're just barely at the bottom of this. So I don't really want to see this get lost. Like, I don't want to see this go much lower. So holding this is constructive. This is a bullish hold. When you look at Ethereum compared to Bitcoin right here, right now, last week, I also said I think that Ethereum will start to outperform Bitcoin. I believe, in fact, that has begun to outperform Bitcoin. So that would be bullish as well. Basing, and then, I mean, this should be it. I'm just going to say this should be where we actually start to go. We could have some more chop, but see how you get really close to this, the peak of this consolidation. That's when you get ready to go. And then just as an aside, it's even at the very peak of this consolidation, it can still look really bullish. It's still going to be 65. So it's still got to break through 65 before this is really ready to rock and roll. It's always possible when you're in these kind of areas that stocks just go sideways and nowhere.
Someone says, did BMNR break the wedge support?
It's sitting at the bottom of it.
Okay.
It's sitting at the very bottom of it. The wick down technically broke it, but quickly right back up. So again, support, resistance, it's not hard lines in the sand. They're kind of like those trampoline levels. This is quickly like the canvas on the trampoline kind of broke. Looks like there was a quick repair overnight. So we'll have to see how strong that repair job was, because it's still holding here. And then you would really just kind of want to see that beach ball bounce, which I don't think is going to be that big of a bounce because we're still in that consolidation. And again, remember, we have that 59 pivot above us that we still have to deal with. So I would expect that to get tested again and then continue on in this trajectory. And it could just hold this and then eventually, again, not till it's over 65, really start to get some legs over it. What you don't want to see is you don't want to see this and then this kind of trajectory start to happen. That's not going to be fun. That would be a broken chart in this instance. Not a broken chart, but that would be a short signal. And again, just to be fair, I want to be bullish, but if I'm going to be bullish, I need to know what a bearish setup looks like just in case. But that's what it would look like. And that's going to be below that 48 right here. Okay. That's going to be no fun.
SOFI,
held, but not extending. So of this pullback, this is our chart from the last couple weeks that we've been kind of monitoring. From here, this 30, 81, 89 to that recent low of 24.5, 24.80, where kind of like that fundamental pivot happened. That bearish retracement is here, but this still looks stuck. Did you buy back your short puts?
Yeah, well, they expired worthless on Friday.
Okay.
Do you think buyers keep showing up at 26 in a way that makes it feel like that's becoming a real strength of support?
No, it's not real. It's not massive. It's just the bottom end of the same channel. This is like where Hood is. So like Hood can get this kind of situation right now. Very similar. And so this blue line, that's the 50-day simple. So again, kind of like, I'll make that like, I don't know, brighter blue.
I feel like 25.50 is when it bounces usually when it hits that level.
Well, if you
it hasn't gone below 25 for the past like month.
Yeah. So like if you zoom in across, it's right here. So this is to your point. So you're mentally remembering a prior resistance and support level, and that's now becoming support again.
Right.
Which is essentially a retest. So this is all good, all well and good here. It's also retesting kind of like the bottom of this channel, and you have more confluence off the 50-day simple moving average. The only thing that's holding it back is the center line of this existing channel, if you will. And that's sitting currently around 29.5. As this continues, that center line can also like grind higher. But this is that same kind of setup that we've seen. You put these bear zones in because we want to know where the overhead resistance is. So if you get up and over 28 28.75. All right, well then you're going to make a shot into the 30, into that 30 level. And if it can continue through 30, well then the top of that channel is still 34.50. So this area here, 28.75 is your new pivot. And if you're a trader, again, thinking like month to month, week to week, that kind of trade looks like this. That's a trade box. Your stop would be 27.85, going long here with a target at 34.85 with that's a risking 1 to make 6 kind of trade. But your profit taking needs to happen. That's where that would then
from a fundamental perspective, the bank's crushed today. So if SoFi gives us a really good quarter as a growth company in the banking space, maybe that also push it back above 30.
Yeah, it would just basically look like this and that would still be that same kind of channel, and then you could go sideways, do it again, kind of thing.
Yeah. Tessie, what do we got going on?
Tessie's struggle bus right now. I think Tesla likes to be the center of attention, so I wasn't expecting much out of Tesla today. She's like got one of those personalities where like if she's gonna go, then she doesn't like it when anybody else goes. So she wants to be like, just everybody look at me, and everything else can go down, and Tesla's gonna go up. So on a day like that, that's when Tesla's next move is really gonna start. We did talk about this 415 level, and I think that was absolutely critical. We got that flush on Friday, Freaky Friday. This stays. It's still absolutely crucial. I was so close to taking this net new long on Friday's close, but I was waiting for any signs of life, and I mean any signs of life into this close. And they're just like, I'm like, where are the buyers? Where are the buyers? And they didn't show up all the way down to the close. And I'm like, what's going on? But eventually, I mean, I guess I should have just gone with my gut, because it closed right there. And I'm like, it's too close to call. And I felt good after hours, because I'm watching it, because I'm like, I don't want to go along here, because it's such a critical spot. If it dumps, then it's gonna be ugly, right? But sure enough, Sunday comes around, we get the tweet, and then Monday, right back to the 20-day. And these 20-day simple moving averages, these were the critical technical pivots that a lot of large fund managers watch. So that's this white line. So whenever anything is chopping around a 20-day simple moving average, that's the primary trend that a large fund manager is going to be watching. And again, where Tesla, SPY, QQQ, all the above kind of hit their heads up on resistance today. To see that pullback, which also happened to align with a tweet, not surprising. Now, what I'll say from here is that I'm going to be looking for a higher low, which means that if we can get a higher low somewhere still along that 415 area, I think I just got to go for it. This does not look super bullish. So the stuff that I had before, that's coming down right now, just in case. But this would be a net new trigger, meaning a net new trade would be able to come online if I do get this type of setup. So a brand new long for a trade, because because mostly this primary trade has more or less played out. And if I stay too long and overstay my welcome, well, I do risk this. So this initial is being unwound as we speak, but I can put this right back on if I get this kind of setup. So that's what I'm watching for right now. If it continues through, it's going to be that 435 pivot to get a real confirmation. So I'm scooting around between charts right now also, you guys, just because I'm moving around timeframes a lot because it matters. But again, if we lose,
you're not excited about Tesla right here.
well, it needs a catalyst. And I think the only catalyst is earnings, which Tesla, quite frankly, does not move a lot on earnings. So I'm kind of thinking that it might be after earnings kind of thing. So it could just go sideways. And then if I get a dip to buy post earnings, that would be possibly ideal. But I like it. I do like it. It's just not the same discount that it was before. Plus, I have, other Pokemon cards that I'm more interested in at the moment than Tesla.
NVIDIA.
Shoot.
It lost 185, right?
I missed this. No. We just outlined this. This is our lines from last Tuesday.
Oh, yeah, you're right. But that's Friday? Or that's today? No, that's today.
That's today. Did anybody buy this? This is like today, like right now, live.
What's that? Is it 180 after hours or below that?
That was the buy.
Yeah, that was quick.
It just closed there.
Well, it's 180.
Man.
It closed at 180.3.
Come on.
There's a couple people in the chat saying they bought it. Yeah.
I know. I might need to buy this right now too. I'm okay. I actually, it looks like I bought it this day. I bought the dip already. Okay. I'm okay. I guess I bought this one. I don't need to buy anymore. I don't have that's a longer hold for me, but it's not big. I like this. So I like this as a retest of this. I like this as a pullback from that prior attempted breakout. Currently, it's a look above and fail, right? Meaning like it looked above that breakout. Well, what I don't want to see is I don't want to see this lose 175. So if it loses 175, okay, cool. That's this gray box right here. But in terms of risk reward, that's it. It's here now. So TA says, take your shot.
I mean, by the way, I feel like the fundamentals support it as well. There's been a lot of news since NVIDIA was trading at 175, 180. That's why it got to 195. So the fact that it's retesting it technically and fundamentally, I agree with you.
Okay.
And you have TSM on Thursday, which could validate.
So ASML is like kind of like this canary in the coal mine for me, which reports tomorrow morning, and they're really hot right now. Like the stock price is very high, concerningly high to me. So this white line. I'm just going to make this entry is as close to this as you can. That is 178.29. So it's not quite there, but that's the level. So it can come down a couple more dollars. And that's retesting like all of this right here. But just to note, you guys, I'm going to say this. Sentiment is meaning like tweets and stuff like that. That's as important as fundamentals, which both sentiment and fundamentals do trump, no pun intended, technicals. So in the midst of a sentiment change, we can see what we call kill candles sometimes that just like blow through support or blow through resistance, conversely. And in the moment, those moments, the TA might have told you, hey, something's possibly happening, but like in the moment, anything goes, right? So while things are happening, just know it can continue to keep going. You ideally do want to wait for dust to somewhat settle, because yeah, it might hit this 178 level, but it could blow through it also. And, depending on whatever news is happening, it could go all the way down to 170 and then open up in the morning at 180. And even in that event, sure, 178 would have been the level to get to, but because maybe some kind of sentiment, maybe some kind of fundamental catalyst happened, there could have been a wick that takes you down like that in the moment. So just to keep that in mind, these aren't like as close to or below, as close to high 170s as you can. I like this. I think I need to take a closer look at this for my group.
Okay. Palantir.
What do you think? Palantir.
I like it too, though. I like NVIDIA too.
Well, I was going to ask about AMD stuff
We'll do
because I
AMD.
think that's kind of holding it back, as if it's like a zero-sum game because it kind of is, but like AMD's getting a lot of love in the news flow right now. So Palantir, all I just did is I took this low and this low. I guess I should probably take these two lows. Yeah. So let me just make this a straight across line. So this low, slightly breached here. Actually, another little double bottom off the 50-day, interestingly enough. This is the box, and this is that bullish retracement that Palantir broke through. So from the last time, there was a live trade on Palantir coming up this way here, making it right into this, what we call fair value. Sorry, I'm using a mouse. Fair value gap. This trade is complete. Check the box. But what's bullish about this is that it's still holding that major support level. So this prior resistance is now acting as support. And as long as this continues to act as support at 172.5, close to 173, that is a new cohort of traders or investors that are accumulating here. So this is becoming that support, and is actually still holding this channel, this general channel right now. And if I zoom out, yeah, I had a feeling that might give me some confluence. It looks like it. Let me see. It's still, even from over here. Oh yeah, it's still well in this giant. Oh, it might. So I have two 15s. If it can get up and through.
They got upgraded to 200 today.
This is a very large channel, but those center lines are important to note. So this is the center line of that larger channel, which was my suspicion. And then if it can hold over that, what the white line here is the 20-day simple moving average. I'm telling you guys, these are going to be pretty important trend indicators for large funds. They're going to price chops around those quite a bit. And it's stuck for now in between the 20 and 50-day simple moving average. So just cautiously optimistic, because what you don't want to see is that. You don't want to see that. That's very possible here. But I know as I see it, I see 1, 2, 3, and this would be 4. If this is the 4th attempt, I mean, it's kind of like one of my staples. Like if this whole thing is part of the 4th attempt to break through, I think we're just in the same trade, having taken a little bit of a breather here, which would take you to this still. Let me just get a little. Yeah,
I think, bro, if we get a 50% revenue quarter, I'm not saying it's going to 200, but I feel like it's getting close.
Well, I don't think that's not for like a month. So usually this kind of stuff is front running earnings. So you might get a really bad technical setup into earnings if the market front runs that. Yeah. So meaning like if you get that move before earnings, like that, you might be there before earnings, which would kind of suck technically, but I'm seeing that as a possibility because earnings is not until, well, I guess it's not until early November.
November 3rd. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do IREN. What are you thinking about that one? Had a monster day.
Another upgrade. Yeah, I not gonna lie, I bought the stock
Today?
for a trade because I looked at options and like I don't think the options were a good risk reward because they were so juiced. But from a technical perspective, we had actually outlined this is last week's trade. We said last week that IREN would come back to 50 as a basic retest. I don't know if you can see that little wick, but this is last week's chart. There it is. That is after hours. And then today, this is the breakout over here with a fundamental kind of up, like with another upgrade, which was to $100. But $100 is on the chart as stated. So it's still in the same exact trajectory that we outlined last week. Nothing has changed on this chart from last week. It's literally doing exactly what it's been doing this entire ride. So to me, yeah, it's scary up here. But like I said last week, as long as it's acting right, then it's still acting right. And for right now, it's still acting right. And that means that this is 75 next. And then if that breaks through, then it's into the 90s as a full extension, which kind of aligns with that upgrade. And again, you look back at the charts, you got the $50 pullback, you know, in all its glory right there, as short-lived as it might have been. There it is. But this is why I have my after hours market data on all the time, because like I want to know if this trades here. If it trades there, it trades there and it counts. And you know,
are you looking for 100? Like, what are you looking?
Yeah, I think it could do 100. Of all of them, IREN was the first one to make the shift. So like, I'm not so sure. I think we talked about it last night. I think that, so I would pause this and we would timestamp this as the data center conversion play of the miners. But like, I think the data center conversion play for the miners has been a lifeline for the industry as a whole. And so why we're seeing a lot of them, Mara, whoever, catch CleanSpark, catch a really nice bid off the lows. Maybe they don't have to raise as much as they used to because they were in a tight spot. And maybe some shorts have to cover and you start to see some kind of short squeezes across the market. But IREN, I think, is primarily the driver here of all of them. So if I'm going to believe one, I would default to believing IREN over the rest of them, just personally. And it's got the most Momo anyways, and it's following the technicals like beautifully. So,
and I think they have the most GPUs.
So the other ones, I don't know that we talked about it briefly last night, but I was like, the ASICs, they'll get depreciated to me, but are they really going to go out and buy GPUs? The only one that I think that went out and started this whole trend was IREN. And so if anybody was going to do that, I would probably just default to believing IREN.
Yeah. No, I agree. AMD, what are we thinking here after the OpenAI concept?
I mean, it's bullish hold. We had 240 as the extension, even off this.
Oh, we got to reset.
Yeah, there it is. That's from this is last week.
We got a reset timer.
I thought you wanted to go extra on AMD. No? Okay. But it's still holding 210. This is a situation where like you do want it to continue to hold, but after a move like this, I think expecting it to go sideways is perfectly fine. Which means that 205 is really like where you'd want it to hold. If it loses 205, you have a couple different spots. One's 195, and to me, the big Mac Daddy dip would be in that 185s. But I don't know that you're necessarily going to see it. For now, this is your general trajectory. And I think you're probably going to start to see some kind of consolidation, which looks something like that. But even then, just know when AMD does go into consolidation, it can be for a while. So it might go into something like this. I might use like a fractal or something. Oops. But I might just like say it does exactly this. And dude, I don't use this tool anymore. They must have moved their tools. Where is the tool?
We did BMNR, guys. You can read
The tool is gone that I used to use.
The 185 level they were talking about, I don't think we get that either. I mean, if we get that, that's giving up a lot of the gains from the OpenAI deal. So
Yeah.
I agree. I think low 200s is the dip people are looking for, probably. If it gets
Let me so that's what this is. So here, 195 to 188, that's from this move to that top. If I adjust this to the full 240, it's still 203 to 191, 203 to 191, which is going to be good enough. Quite frankly, it's kind of bothering me that I don't have that. I don't know where they moved that tool. It's called Ghost Feed. Oh, wow. But that could be like an extended, it would basically be like this kind of a similar move where you get in and it does this and you get out and then it goes sideways for a while, extended while. And then it just kind of like chops around.
So you think it's stuck within 200 to 220 for the time being?
240.
240.
Which is, quite frankly, it's a really large range.
Yeah, it is a very large range. You know. Okay. Cool. Let's do this one. Let's get this out of the way. Grabby grab. What are you thinking on this one? Got a couple upgrades to $7 earnings in a month.
I didn't look at it today.
Basically under 6 ever since.
570. Oh, was that an after hours?
No, I got there
Also?
today in the morning. Like at 9:30, 9:40, I think.
Dude, a lot of these discounts were after hours. I waited to the actual bell for a lot of the stuff. I'm just gonna, I don't know. If I get too greedy waiting for after hours, I don't know. How do you guys pick this up? Are you getting this after hours? 550.
That was on Friday. Yeah, that was Friday. But 570 was this morning. So, it's not crazy.
No, it looks good. That's off the 50-day right here. That's a beautiful retest. So, I mean, 540 is still like the deepest retest that it could do, but it didn't hold the 623. So we know that that's going to have to kind of consolidate a bit. Let's do this.
Yeah, we'll do Bitcoin and MSTR as well. We did BMNR already.
So I'm not going to use this. I don't know what happened here, but this looks like it was just out of trend, whatever that blip on the radar is in April. Looks like the fake out liquidity grab. But the general trend, if I have the most confluence here, is still like all of this here, push through here, all of this, which means that this could still be some serious consolidation. And if you do have a really big dip, what is that? 5s? Sorry, dude. But that's what it looks like.
I wouldn't mind 5s. I mean, I would be a very big buyer if we get.
So yeah, so this is trade location. So what I just did was I took this prevailing uptrend, because just to be crystal clear here, the trend is up. The trend is up. It's almost like a Tesla. So this has done what I would be concerned about for Tesla. It's made such a big giant move, and me taking some down here, but looking for possible like retest into this, retesting this prevailing uptrend would be your significant discounts, 5.25.
Yeah, I mean, if we get 5.25, I would not be that upset.
5.25, good to cancel, extended hours, limit order, sent for 1,000. I'll be in with you, working.
All right, if it gets there, there you go. Okay, cool. So that's grab.
That's grab. Otherwise, if it's back over 6.25, we're on and cracking.
Yeah. Let's do ETH, because we did BMNR, so we might as well do ETH. But thoughts on that one?
So it wasn't ETH. Ethereum is like, okay, cool. That was my first level that I thought we could get to here.
We got to
honestly, the best discounts were on the other alts. I mean, those were just epically discounted. The reason I was a little concerned over here, and I don't even know if I said it, I might have said something last week, but it was that we need to crack this area here, or we are kind of still at risk of continuing on that Bart Simpson trajectory. And, as bullish as people can be on Ethereum, I'll just tell you right now, $3,500. It's not that big of a discount on ETH. It's really not. It's not a big discount. It's like a pint-sized discount. If you want a big discount, we're talking 25. We're talking 28s, maybe, right? That's your discount. And so oddly enough, this is Tesla-esque, this is Grab-esque, where it's here. These are decent discounts. But again, where is our broader trend? Our broader trend is up for sure, right? But we're very far away from the prevailing uptrend, which means that if we do fail and this Bart Simpson does continue to Icarumba, this is landing me right now. This is landing me at 32, which 32 is a 50% retracement from the from the most recent 1200 or whatever it was, 13 to this all-time high, 49. 3175 is actually a 50% retracement. I would expect a little bit of a bounce there, 32. It's an okay discount. It's a good discount. The thing is, if it gets there now, I'm not so sure that that's actually going to hold, because if this dip is not enough to get people really interested to push this higher, I don't think that this is going to be enough either. I will say that. And in that case, I would expect this general area, which is from over here, to possibly be in flash crash territory, which would really kind of complete that Icarumba. And then we have an inverse Icarumba.
Would be quick too if that happens. Super quick.
Well, yeah, it would be quick, just like this was quick, right? This was quick. They're all quick. And then these are always good for these are good pickups like this for both short and long term. It's weird. So this is a good, these are good pickups. When I look at this, is not financial advice. This is just how I view it. If I had a resting order at say 3,500, which fortunately my order was not working. Hopefully you guys had some orders working. I mean, two things. Roy was talking about the gas fees. That's the one biggest cause for concern that I have about Ethereum in general, because when the traffic gets heavy, it's not efficient. It's not efficient any way you slice it, which is why I'm AVAX Maxi. But these here, these can be really good building blocks to accumulate on. And in the near term, yeah, you can get a huge bounce. Like that is a giant bounce. That is a 21% bounce, but you still need to be somewhat cautious because we don't know that this is the absolute lows, which is why I use the phrase building blocks, because it's a good dip buy, but you still have the potential of getting another one or two in the future. So it's like, okay, cool. We've come back up to a resistance level at 4,200 and that 20-day simple. I think you could trim this a little bit if you did catch either one of these. I think you could trim this if you caught this 30, 35. Okay, that's just me. But have something. I think just don't blow your load yet. Is it possible that there's another? It's possible that there's another dip to come. If you don't have enough and you just need to continue to accumulate, just continue to accumulate and just know that somewhere below 32 down to 25 is a better loading zone, is your next kind of loading zone. And that would be my take, close to 28, 32 and 28. So 1, 2, obviously size being larger down here.
Okay. I mean, we might as well do Bitcoin after that. So what do you think?
The Biddy. So Biddy not as strong. Decent. Biddy just tagged it right there. More resilient. Holding 109. Not as big of a bounce, but not as big of a sell-off either. Play. Tick, 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 tick. Holding, what is this? Prior all-time highs. So this is your pivot, 109, 505. It is a retest. We weren't really interested in buying the Biddy dip, but
I mean, dude, it got to 106 on Friday. Haven't seen that since June.
So that's important to hold. If you lose 102, then it goes to 96. That's a for sure.
That would be bro. Bitcoin under 100 into Q4.
No, that's a for sure. Like if you lose the 102, I say for sure as in like tech. So in crypto, in the cryptoverse, they don't have the same kind of fundamentals. So what people should understand is that is that crypto relies very heavily on technical analysis. So if there was a land of self-fulfilling prophecies for crypto, it's here. I will say that upside has been achieved, so that can go away. And I think, yeah, let's do this. This is from here to here. Let's not measure that one. What we need to measure is from here to here. And that is, in fact, still giving me the same kind of level. This is an extension of this large drawdown. So meaning that, yep, if I have multiple confluences, that if 102.5 fails, we should see around 96, possibly 92s for the next level. And that would hopefully set you up for a bigger launch like that into the eating season, which, by the way, is just around the corner. Happy birthday, by the way.
It's not my birthday, but I appreciate it. Will be 2 weeks.
Very close. It's
2
not.
weeks.
It's barely 2 weeks, man. It's less than 2 weeks away.
That's true. It's 13 days.
He's gonna be 40, you guys. It's crazy. Life is coming to an end.
I'm unk.
Oh, he's unk. So this is it's a good hold right here, but and it is a higher high, but we have this is important. Sorry. We have entered price discovery. We've entered price discovery. I mean, I just realized that we have indeed entered price discovery mode on the biddy.
To the downside?
No, broadening formation. You know this megaphone. So again, Confluence is down here towards the lows of this, which then sets this trajectory. Still in play, but this is price discovery, what that looks like. So a price discovery is a series of higher highs and a series of higher lows. So different than consolidation, where consolidation is higher highs, or consolidation is lower highs and higher lows, where the range is getting smaller. Price discovery is the opposite, where you have both high, higher high, higher high, but you have a low, lower low, and lower low. So the range itself is getting wider. This is actually it's not a bad setup. It just means more volatility, but also bigger range. Well, more volatility. This is kind of exciting. This is fun times for crypto. Not gonna lie.
Okay.
This is where it can get wild. I just to circle back on ETH. Do we have that? We kind of have that.
I mean, dude, the thing about this that I think is confusing people is you got the big names saying 200K Bitcoin, 10,000 ETH, and they're so far away. And they're pretty, even Arthur Hayes, who's a crypto OG, he said by end of year, we will see 200 Bitcoin and 10,000 Ethereum. We got 2 months left until the end of the year. So that would have to be an explosive move if that actually plays out.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, but it's predicated on a lot of stuff happening. Here's the current channel. I don't know if this is expansion on Ethereum. This looks, I mean, honestly, I don't see a reason. What I don't see, so we're going a little bit over time, but I do not see a reason to sell any Ethereum or Bitcoin. Both of these are just me looking like, how big of a giant discount can I possibly get? How greedy do I want to be? And, you know, in certain situations, like I might want to be greedy, but this is that kind of consolidation triangle in here that I had more or less highlighted earlier, that like, okay, if you get these crazy wicks, I would expect it to bounce back into, even if you got a wick down to here, I would expect it to bounce back up into, and 35 to be for sure general support if this doesn't just completely start to face rip now. But all of it to me is, you want to posture slowly by slowly. I say slowly by slowly, but slowly just nibble at little tidbits, building blocks. So I would use these up as opportunistic building blocks, these flash crashes.
All right.
That's my 2 cents. The lab of rockets, electron, neutron.
Dude, it broke 73 last week.
Dude, it's right there. Like, what are you going to do with this thing? This thing is like to the moon.
I am not selling, but I'm not buying here.
I'm not selling.
But I feel like that's you too, right? Are you buying
Yeah,
at
I'm not
68, 70?
No, that's all a sizing thing. Because we're not like we're not like size to the hilts either. So wow. This is momentum.
I mean, bro, it's yeah, there's definitely some momentum here. I mean, like 70 bucks. That is massive for Rocket Lab. That is.
I'm just looking at this. Should I have bought more? I don't have a problem buying more, is my other thing. Because I don't mind it when something goes into real price discovery, like from a fundamental price discovery perspective, which is what Rocket Lab is in. Because, you know, things can just get weird sometimes. And low float, I don't mind getting.
Let me check its short float. How much is it still?
What's low float is for sure.
Wow, Rocket Lab is still shorted 14%. Dude, that's enough for a squeeze if it really gets there. That could happen.
It is near 80 at least. Just that's not even near 80 is not even a squeeze. So this is our measurement from this last consolidation area here. And it's on trajectory. It was on trajectory. First stop 63. And you know, when we do this, we always say, look, it's got to hold these levels, and those prior resistance levels, they need to act as support. That's exactly, they need to act as support. And as long as the stock acts right, it can go on to the next rung here. And good Lord, this stock is acting right, because that is exactly what you want to see. And so that means that over 68, 65, this little area right here, on the same path, trajectory path, what has been outlined and where we still are, the next stop, 78.50, probably single day session.
That'd be pretty incredible.
So that's a 13% day incoming for the lava rockets. I don't know what the catalyst is. And then possibly 83.80, but the 83.80 is all I have here. Let me see if I can get some confluence. This is getting a bit wild. Yeah, I do have confluence. Yeah, Jesus, that's right there. Just on this one kill candle of a day, it's doubling. That's actually added confluence. I have momentum increasing here. Oh goodness.
We're gonna make Jason buy.
Oh, dude, this is gross. Daily squeeze. All right, daily is kind of coming, kind of a little weak, but weekly squeeze, technical squeeze.
What do you mean by
monthly? Technical squeeze on a oscillator, for oscillator perspective. So like it's oops. That's this, like it's in an active, this green bar. It should not have necessarily gone green right away because it went red, green, like boom, boom, over the, this is, it just, that's what that means. It's just momentum continuing to the upside. If this was an RSI, I got 40 seconds, see if I can do this. If this was an RSI, there it is. What that would be is essentially something getting back over the 70 on a daily, probably also weekly. Yep, it's right here. So it's this moment when you get into overbought and you become even more overbought. That's that kind of momentum squeeze. When you're already overbought, but you become more overbought. I made it in time. Look at that. All right, next.
Someone also says if Rocket Lab gets the next transfer of their contract, it would be 75% of their current revenue. The government shutdown is stopping that announcement, which could be a catalyst. Okay, there you go. It makes sense.
70% of their revenue?
So they do 500 million in revenue, call it give or take 50 million. So
yeah, but it's a 32 billion market cap now. We were supposed to do this. This was supposed to be the 10 bagger. Rivian was supposed to hold its own, which it's not.
Rock Lab destroyed Rivian. That's
dude, it's no contest. All right. We are over time, but dude, this is what a huge winner. This is one where it's like, listen, you let your winners run. Sometimes you even press your bets on the winners. It's this is a winner. It's sometimes not, it is what it is.
No.
Until something changes. But right now it's acting right.
By the way, Hercules Jack, thank you for the 788 Hong Kong dollars. I think that's about 100 US. So thank you for that super chat.
How do you do that massive?
Dude, there's something called Gemini. It's actually really, really useful. Nebius, what are we thinking there?
I thought 888 was the lucky number. You should ask for a $700 refund. So you just give him the 88 because that's also good. Nebius, dude. Okay, so that was a buy. So restart timer. So this is, definitively what we've been talking about is Nebius, right?
I call it Nebius, but
I know, but Jensen called it Nebius.
Did he? Okay, well maybe maybe it's Nebius.
Nebius. So we in a little bit of a pullback. Dude, it's I think again. This is, I still have this 147 intact. We already hit the 120 pullback.
It hit 107, I think, on Friday.
Well, yeah, and last Tuesday, technical Tuesday, it was sitting right here. And I was like, this is a buy in terms of accumulation. Here on this technical Tuesday, I'll just circle it and I'll put another green arrow and I'll say it again. I think it's a buy. Technically speaking, as long as it's traversing this and it's going to 145, it's a little choppy up here, but it's actually acting right. So, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, as long as it's acting right, then I don't have a reason to change anything. It could get to 125, but it is, for all intents and purposes, right there in that kind of golden zone. Let's see just from this one spot where it would, yeah, I have it again. It's right in that 145. This is saying 150, and that's a little aggressive. Still saying 150. Still saying 150. It's got to date with 150, dude.
They basically quintupled their revenues after the Microsoft deal. So
yeah, the only thing you don't want to see this do is lose 120. At this point, if it loses 120, then this has been such a staircase clean trend up, then you will get a bit of a pullback. Heavy, probably. And in that case, you're probably going to see that full retest into those 105s.
Okay. Going back to space, ASTS. This one broke all-time highs today. Any thoughts on this one?
The thoughts of the space crew, man, it's just like, I don't know where these moon missions are coming from, but this is the same thing. Look. Okay, a lot of lines on this chart, I know, but I'm not getting excited about this stuff, man. But this is is what I mean by when it's acting right. And I think last Tuesday, this little green line was from last Tuesday. It wasn't even here last Tuesday, but it was your target acquired here. If it hits, it hits. I mean, people should just be screenshotting our charts at this point. This is crazy.
No, but this one fell to 36 3 weeks ago, too.
I'm just using the same charts, by the way. So I've saved this kind of layout, but it pulls back and then boom, target acquired. So acting right, which, you know, that puts this at like just under 110. At this point, I don't know why we're not just saying this is a ginormous extension from way down here, though, is what I'm still using. That's what this extension is. This retest never showed up. I don't think it's going to show up. And if I just do a quickie here, same thing. I mean, dude, if it's acting right, so this looks like this, and then target. You know, and at that point, it could come down again and do another little thing, but like that.
By the way, you know how much revenue these guys do?
I know, $100.
Less.
Less than 100.
Dude. I mean, again, obviously, there's a lot of potential.
What I will say is like Rocket Lab, Redwire, I think slowed down for our company, for the manufacturing facility. But at the time, I don't remember if I told you this or not, but I think ASTS was down here, or it might have been in this general area. But these guys showed up out of the blue and got real busy.
Yeah.
For the manufacturing company.
Partnership with Verizon will do that too, you know? So, I mean, it doesn't look like the space TAM is slowing down at all. So, makes sense. Okay, can we get this one out of the way? Energy fuels. UUUU. Do you know this one?
Yeah, but I don't know that you can get it out of the way without talking just uranium in general.
Yep, let's do it. Go for it.
Well, I mean, so this is so again, I'm gonna put this in the box of if you were around during the Biden administration and the Plug Power fuel cell energy rally for clean energy, this is the same thing, right? You know, I think that they can just continue to be absolutely just jaw-dropping moves. I'll go ahead and do this. It doesn't have to make sense fundamentally. I don't think that you should think that any of this stuff is going to happen anytime soon. It's not. It may not ever happen, but that's not what is moving these stocks, Oklo and the like. It's policy and it's market sentiment. So right now I have 32. You have some gaps. The test here is 19. Yeah, dude, I think this is just doing it. And this is from this prior. Yeah. Do we really need to do this? I think we need to go in here. There is a stock that I used to follow. Chat, tell me if anybody knows what this stock is, called AQMS, that has just been on an absolute ripper the last 2 days. And I'm like, I can't believe that stock is hitting the tape right now. Does anybody know this?
Is this a
AQMS.
2021 stock or no?
Uh-huh. Oh, I used to trade it, and I actually know it. It's a clean energy company, but
It was up 200% today.
and yesterday,
Goodness, bro.
both days. So
Because of this energy theme, that's the reason.
yeah, dude, it was a penny stock like literally a couple days ago. I mean, in the single digits, and I think I saw it with like a near 30 handle today.
Yeah.
I almost threw up a little bit in my mouth when I saw it. I was like, oh my God. Yeah, it's quite disgusting. So this is holding. To me, this looks like possibly 24 pullbacks. And yeah, and everything's showing me 30s on UUU. If you want to be, my Talon, my Talon Energies is a smaller mid cap now. This has a nuclear reactor in their portfolio. It's slower, steadier. It's got a lot of nat gas and some coal in there. NNE is the one that has. I don't believe they have a facility that's I don't know if they flipped a switch on this. Sorry, I'm still using this time slot for UU, but NNE is another one that I think they have a nuclear facility that they simply just need to flip the switch on to turn on. I don't know if they have or have not, but you'd have to look into that and they're on their website. Oh no. Dude.
Did you not pay your trading view bills? Let's just get a paint application. You can just draw your lines.
Paint location.
So you think the nuclear names are still in an uptrend and they're not?
I don't think. I mean, you can't argue that they're still in an uptrend. There's no argument to be had there. Fundamentally, what I will say is that they're multi-decades out from actually being very real. And when you look at it, they're more efficient, but they're not that more efficient. They're not but the truth of the matter is that nat gas facilities are the most efficient and the most abundant, but people just don't like that. But that's the truth about energy. Like it or not, that's actually what's true. So this, I have 67. UU was the question that I think is in the 30s, possibly slightly higher. This one has momentum. What's the other one? SMR?
Yeah.
Uscaler. SMR is, if it's too real, you're not going to get the love. Oklo is more fantasy land.
Would you buy Oklo here?
I mean, you could trade it, but yeah, sure, why not? Like, if you got to be in the fantasy land because it's not, dude.
But would you buy it as an investment here?
No, but so if you
like a trade up to 200, you would take that trade?
Positional trade.
Yes,
I would. So investment, if we categorize investment in terms of time horizon, thinking 3 to 5 years minimum, no, but less than 3 years, yes. Could that be 2 years? Yes. I would say during the full administration, I think it could continue to have legs. But if Democrats come in, you probably got an exit stage left.
That's fair.
I think it's so investment in terms of, does it qualify for short-term games? Maybe, maybe not. But this is a policy and a posture thing. We call this a positional trade. So I want to have this type of position, which may last more than a year in this type of thing, knowing full well that it's a bit of fantasy land, because it is very much about policy and position.
Yeah, that makes sense. It makes a lot of sense.
But the term investing in terms of, is it a money seed that I'm going to plant to grow a money tree that's going to provide money bearing fruit for the rest of my life? No, not necessarily. But can it grow really tall, really fast, and provide a couple seasons of like some really killer fruit? Yeah, maybe.
Google.
Googs. How are we on the shot clock?
Doing
Okay.
good. Put a W in the chat if you like the flow. I think the flow is working really well. So not too bad.
Faster, shorter.
I think 5 minutes is perfect. I think it's perfect.
I'm just seeing more. I got it. You got to use W's. Okay. Cannot use StreamYard. It's got to be on this. So Googs, 245 is still a bullish hold, my guy. It's testing though. This, what to do with the Googs? This is a tough call right here now.
Is it? I feel like you hold till the end of the year. You don't really stress that much about it. They're gonna have a good earnings. Search is not dead. It's holding 240s really well, right?
Yeah. But so different hats, right? Trading, investing, swing trading, position trading, different time horizons. The question is, do you get another dip? I think at the end of the day, that's the only question. That's the only question in mind. Do you get another one? And is it a good enough dip to actually go after it? I don't know that it would have to be an opportunistic dip. Like if I saw it, it'd have to be real nice. And I mean like real nice, because we might have gotten it because it's 225 based on my calculations. But here now, it's at the pivot. 245 is the pivot. We have a bit of a liquidity grab. So we do what I say hard call, not from a fundamental perspective, is not a hard call, but we do have a couple lower lows, lower highs, and we do in fact have a couple lower lows. So it's losing some steam. Now, can it go up and out right here, right now? This right there becomes a net new trade that maybe your boy can partake in. I would like that. I would like that very much because we still have 265s on deck still from our other ones, but we're not out of the woods yet. In the meantime, since we're at the tippy top of this range, do I also have an opportunity to get a better entry? See what I'm saying? And do I get this 225 type entry at the bottom of the current channel right here? So I think that's all I'm trying to say is that there's a possibility of if a day trade, this is just a day trade. This is not anything, which is losing that 240, I would say 242.5 in strength. That's like a one and done, kind of like whoopsie daisy, slipped, but then looking for a base somewhere between 230 and 225. I really like that for a discounted entry. Although I will say, when we talk about Amazon, there's this other thing, since I got a minute and a half, there's this other thing that happens that's even more kind of exciting for me about like the Amazon thing is whenever Google historically is more expensive than Amazon, you usually buy Amazon, and that's a good trade long term. Just from a numbers thing, like if you look back and it's like, oh yeah, whenever it was, like you kind of just like flip it. So like this could be a good setup. This could be this is a better for if something weird happens, some shenanigans for whatever reason, something just odd happens. This is a very interesting spot for me, especially after a long kind of like exhaustion. If people get tired trying to press short-term bets and they get just fed up, you might see an exhaustion, which might be exactly what could be needed near term. But if it doesn't, we'll know, and it's going to look exactly like this. So all this said, something is brewing on Google. I think a trade is coming. Which direction is hard to say just yet. But this is now going to go on a closer magnifying glass for me after a 30-day sideways price action. I think this has got a trade brewing. It's coming up, nearing.
Okay. Meta.
Well, we warned of it. 7:30. I did take one short on Friday. This was it though, but it was just it's a day trade, one and done. But it hit that 7:35 area right here. And in fact, we did see those prior buyers turn into sellers, at least for the day. It does happen to align with, for whatever reason, I don't know why TA and news flow tend to align with each other. But this was the concern that we had outlined last week of even buying down here, that you get this, that looks really good for a couple days and you run into basically resistance. And for the non-technical folk, all that resistance is that where people that bought in the past, specifically here, and who are stuck in these long positions, have an opportunity to exit for basically break even, especially if the chart has turned on them, which it had. It's likely that they turn into sellers. Those old buyers turn into sellers at the moment that they have an opportunity to exit stage left for a near zero loss. And that's I think that's all that we saw on Friday. It just happened to coincide with whatever. At this point, though, it's basically kind of unchanged, still holding here, but not here as in sevens. I think you let this base out a little bit. I would say below 7, and then another little pullback. So I still want to see this come down. What I'm going to do now is probably the first time I'm going to do this on the show is I'm actually going to do a bearish extension because the chart is just bearish. It's the same thing that we do on the upside, but on the downside for the bears. And that is going to take me just underneath the 200-day to 665s right in here.
Which I think you would love to buy, 660.
It's the 200-day. So I would what I would like to buy, I would probably wait on this one too, because it's meta. It's got a much higher beta than the rest. I'm still thinking 620s to be completely fair, but I think that's a greedy idea. It's probably not going to happen. So you're probably right. I'll probably grab, I have meta and I'm not selling meta. The question is, do I want to buy, do I want to make meta a core position for this Q4 launch for the Santa Claus rally? All of this, by the way, any sell-off to me, in my mind, just me, is like positioning for the Santa Claus rally now, even though it's not even Amit's birthday, supposedly. But by Amit's birthday, we should be in full swing preparation. This is all preparation for the big show. So of the Santa Claus rally. And do I want to have meta be a core component of that rally? Do I think that happens? I don't know. You know what? Let's do this. I have a minute. I think if this whole thing breaks down, here, you're right, 625, 640. There it is. Okay, it's 640. That's where I'll do it. Final answer. No phone a friend.
I mean, Meta right now, forward earnings is 25 times. So 640, you would get down to that 22, 23, which is not that scary, to be honest.
Yeah. So, and that I think would be So that is an extension of this. So since we do have a potential bearish break here, that's basically this doubled. Let me see, hang on. So this here to here. Am I being greedy? I could be being greedy, dude. Okay, so this break is to 675 and the deep discount 640. I will buy at 640. Final answer. And is in the meantime, all right. But they're going to twist my arm at 640 if I see that for whatever reason. I'll just have to do it. Close my eyes, plug my nose. I don't really care. That would be a stupid discount. That would be a stupid spot. Otherwise, until then, if we get back over 735, that remains that kind of intraday pivot or intra pivot. All right, next.
All right, we'll do two more, and then we'll take a little break. And then we'll get into...
Dictionary.
It does feel like a dictionary. We'll do two more, take a little break, and then we'll get into rapid fire. I guess let's do a favorite. Well, do you have a pick of the week or no?
Oh, baby. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
Home Depot, this is your pick of the week?
So I went uber long the depot. So there's the stat, my annual trade. I have a Home Depot annual trade. It's already well underway. This is a sleeper. You guys know I've talked about the home builders for a while. I think that pullback where this run up was kind of like that front running into the cuts. This pullback here happens to align perfectly to that bullish retracement. If I were to use this as an example of what I was talking about with waiting for a daily higher low below the 200-day simple moving average, this is exactly that. So this is exactly that. Here's the 200-day simple moving average, right? So I have a lower low here. I have a lower low here. I have what we call a higher high break of structure, right? Here, all below the 200-day moving average. And then I have a higher low locked in here, locked in here, all of that. Game on, go for launch. I like this here. So this trade to me is a positional trade, especially after commentary today. I think it got a little love. Can it shop around? I think it can, but this is a positional trade, so it's not weeks. It's not even a couple months. It's maybe more than a couple months. This target is in the 450s early next year. Just started the Home Depot. Amit just like completely bought out all of their Halloween gear. So they're now sold out, and they're already loading up the Christmas trees and all the ornaments, and yep, they're gonna sell out of all the Christmas trees soon enough. But there's a stat.
Is this also a rate play? Like more people?
It is a rate play as well. So it's all of the above. And there's a stat that if you buy, Home Depot towards the end of the year, 90-something% of the time, you're green by March. By early Q2, late Q1, just what it is. So feel free to look that up. So a lot of confluence, both from a technical perspective, pullback, retest, a lot. It's positional in terms of the rates. So I want to be on that side of this play. I actually took this whole thing up. This is the equivalent of if Tesla fell here, me picking Home Depot up here, which was at the 200-day, is the equivalent of picking Tesla back up at the 360s one more time, and I'd be getting all bulled up here. Under the radar, it is what it is. You know how I feel about the home builders. I think it's a positional situation for the reacceleration of rate cuts to come.
Okay.
So it's not really a short-term thing. It's multi-months.
All right, last one before we take a little break. SMCI. What are you thinking about this one?
Oh, baby. Do you see the news?
Yeah, they have some new line of business around server.
Well,
rack.
I think that's exactly what they needed to do. Obviously the market's kind of like doesn't really care. I like it. Technically it's a lower high. I still like it. I think it's the most ridiculous underpriced AI stock in the market. That is not going to change. I am positive that this is going to be their absolute best quarter they ever report. I don't care what anybody has to say. Is just what's going to happen. Quote me on it. But what they reported today about the new about a new offering is important because that puts them more in line with the Dell situation. It just expands their margins, right? So data center building block solutions, this gives them the ability to bundle. So they say building servers. So it bundles storage, networking, and liquid cooling all together in a single purchase and helps streamline a lot of deployments. But this is a margin boosting, quicker deployment type offer. Whether or not they sell a bunch, who knows? But it's at least something that they're doing. So yeah, I like it. It's the first thing that I've heard of them doing that's actually enterprise geared. So it's more strategic and it takes them a little bit slightly out of that commodity play that they were before. That said, this is a good spot. I like the spot today. It's my largest trade position by a mile. Good, bad, or indifferent. Can it come down still? Yes, it can. But I love it here. I keep telling them it because you guys are talking about Pokemon cards, and someone said this in my server, and it might have come from you guys. I don't know, but stock market is not like Pokemon. You cannot catch them all. So I need to just focus on catching my Charizard or whatever it is, and I think this is one of them. So yeah, I like this a lot. I absolutely want to be positioned here for Q4. If I see it close to that 20-day, as close to 50 as I can, that would be my next pickup. But positioning here, no question. And I'm not being picky about my entries at all, because I'm on this one. It could happen any day, especially with the type of news flow that we're getting. I'm not trying to trim around anything. I'm literally just building because some crazy news flow can happen any moment. And I don't want to be selling out of positions and get the headline middle of the night and be like, oh crap, I didn't have my position. So I'm just kind of nibbling on these pullbacks. I did nibble yesterday. I did not nibble today, as I'm just looking at it. I'm like, well, if it does pull back, I could see this bigger pullback right into retests just around 50, which would be the cleanest retest that we've seen since the breakout, which is literally 49.70. So just slightly under 50. But am I waiting for that? No. Am I positioned today? Yes. Will I get bigger? Yes.
Okay. Guys, we'll give Jason a 5-minute break, then we'll get into rapid fire, and we will keep going from there. So we'll let Jason use the bathroom or anything else he needs to do.
Okay. What are we watching?
Well, no, we're not watching anything. Actually, we're watching stocks. I mean, do you have to use the bathroom, or if you don't have to?
I'm good right now.
Okay, we can keep going, but we will take a little second to take a look at this. I mean, you got to move after hours across the board. S&P getting a green candle. NVIDIA getting a green candle, IREN green candle, Rocklab green candle. I don't see a Trump tweet. But I don't know. Is this algo driven? I don't see a headline. It's not a massive green candle, but pretty much even Robinhood getting 1% after hours. Maybe soybeans don't matter that much anymore. Yeah, I don't have anything from Trump. Is he live? I mean, he was live an hour ago. I don't think he really took questions at the event he was live at. It was a Medal of Freedom event. Yeah, I don't know. But you are getting a move after hours. S&P 0.14. I mean, it's a nice green candle. It's not as high as it was right before the soybean tweet, but it is a bit more green than not. I want my Chinese cooking oil. Dude, that shit really messed up the market close. Yeah, Trump's son already closed his puts. I don't have a headline. If anyone has it, let me know. I don't see anything. It could just be algos after hours being algorithmic. I mean, Oracle, Salesforce are having a conference. I don't know, but whatever they're saying, I don't know, is enough to move it. Again, the big headline of the day outside of the soybean stuff was Powell basically saying QT is over. And I mean, like, look, at the end of the day, I know we talked this morning about FOMO and kind of navigating it and how you understand it. And I think all those rules apply of buying things that you feel comfortable owning. But at its core, if we're getting into quantitative easing, assets are moving higher. And so the question becomes, which ones do you want to be positioned into while also navigating, your own mental health of holding on to those positions. But being net long, I think, still becomes the answer. So again, Powell signaled the central bank may stop shrinking its balance sheet, aka quantitative tightening, in the coming months, an important shift necessary to preserve liquidity in the overnight funding markets, which would mean more assets are likely get a pump. But I still don't have a reason why we have a spike on the S&P after hours. But you are green, so there you go. Honey and tea, huh? Dude, I need to start taking care of my voice as well. I really don't.
Dude, you guys need to help me out with the what tea to get here or whatever.
Yeah, I need to start taking care of my throat.
And there's so much like sugar. Like, okay.
In what? In tea?
Honey.
Oh, in honey. Oh, yeah. In honey. That's fair.
Dude, did you do your Halloween decorations yet?
No, but my mom did. I walked into our house.
My pumpkin I carved. This is pretty good, huh?
No, it's really good. But when I came home, my mom, like, it was like freaking Halloween. Dude, has anyone watched Halloween Town in the chat?
Oh, bro.
Bro, that is the all-time greatest Halloween movie of all time.
What?
That and Hocus Pocus. Those two, banger. But Halloween Town's the best.
You are not 30.
I'm basically 30, bro. I'm 28.
Yeah, you're about that.
Dude, in 12 years, I'll be 40.
No, you're way old for your
That's crazy.
You have a lot of older friends, huh?
I've always gotten along with older, even when I was younger. Like our neighbors were much older, and I would have full-on conversations with them every day.
Yeah.
I was walking down a couple hours ago, just like down the block. I met one of my old neighbors I haven't talked to in 5 years. Apparently, he works in the area.
Your new place?
Yeah, near the new place. And we both looked at each other. We took a second look, and I was like, bro. And he was like, bro. And so it's just so crazy sometimes because we moved in 2020, and I haven't seen him since because of COVID, everything. But,
yeah.
It is crazy when you reconnect with people.
Sauce, man. Buy everything. Sell everything. No, SMCI I got. So my crew's like, dude, what contracts do you have? What's your position? I'm like, I just need to like consolidate here because I was just like shotgunning across the board. I think I'm gonna land on the 20, 27. I had 70s, and then I kind of moved those to 80s. Leaps though. I like the leaps and the mini leaps. But
well, I'm with you. I'm in it.
All right, like the pumpkin. We should have a pumpkin carving contest.
Did you actually carve that, or did you buy that?
Dude, absolutely. Look at that. That is hot.
Pick it up. Bring it next to it. Did you actually carve? That's a pretty good pumpkin carve.
It's kind of heavy.
When did you take the time to carve that? When did you have the time?
I plugged it in.
I don't believe you carved that. I don't believe you carved that, bro. I think you bought that.
What do you mean?
There's no way, bro. That's a precise carved pumpkin. There's no freaking way. And you set up the lights with it. That's definitely not.
You think it was graphics?
No, that's too good to be carved. Way too good to be carved. Also, you don't have the time to carve a pumpkin. You're trading gold. There's no way you sat down and had the patience to carve it. There's no way.
I knew that. I did it last night while we were on our show.
Yeah, okay. All right. All right, folks. Let's get into rapid fire. It'll be 2 minutes a ticker. And we'll try to get through as many.
Is there anything that you wanted to see that we didn't cover, sir?
Me personally, no.
Yeah, I usually do that. Evan joins my Monday stream. He always gets his first pick before we go into the audience requests. So do you have a first pick?
No. I am a man of the people. Whatever the people want.
I am a man of the people. What do we do for we decided to do 1 minute 30 second?
Oh yeah, 130. That's easier. 130. That's easier. All right, so just please be patient. We will probably get through most of them.
Are you picking them from the audience?
Yes.
You are. Can I add one request
Of course.
for context?
Of course.
Just when you guys send it, and then if you can emit, if they can send some kind of context in terms of time frame, like what their time horizon is, and then if you can emit, like ticker, same one line, ticker, expected time horizon that I'm
I think it
expecting.
should be ticker-trade, ticker-invest. That's it.
What? No, ticker time 6 to 9 months, ticker 1 to 3 years, ticker 1 to 2 weeks, kind of thing. And then if you have a catalyst that you know of, just blurb it.
Put it in a couple words. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, that would be
All
super helpful.
Okay, let's start off. CoreWeave 6 to 12 months.
Oh, see, yeah, they're running with this. They got that. See, look at that. That's really good. CR. Is that helpful? Oh man, did we just hit something here?
Might have hit something new. That's not bad.
Oh, look, they can run with this. And if you don't put that, we won't. I mean, I would prefer this. So CoreWeave, how long?
6 to 12 months.
6. So this is what happens. Immediately, I'm going to switch to a weekly. Maybe even. So because of that, that changes my entire outlook on this whole thing. So it's just saying, it's a big deal. So here, I'm just going to update. Not sure what these are. So that's 1. This is 2. I'm going to do this twice. So I want to have a base. So we've hit the bigger pullback on the weekly already at 123. I think this is good. You can still get a solid potential pullback and hold. We've been looking at this CoreWeave situation from that time horizon. It can still pull back, but as long as it's holding over 124, you're actually still on this general trajectory. It's going to be like ripe and ready over 150. The next spot you're going to go into is this 175 area. That's going to kind of, that's going to be where the bears show up right here, where the last stronghold of the bears give up. And at that point you will get here. And then if you do get through, then we can look at this entire consolidation in the same time frame of a potential. You would basically look like this, and then you would look like a second move consolidation. Stocks don't go sideways, sorry. Like this over here into this kind of general trajectory. 6 to 12 months. This is screenshot it. That's what you're looking for. Pullbacks can still be in the 123s, but first stop 180s. That happens once you crack their 150. Next.
UNH, same time frame, 6 to 12.
UNH 6 to 12. All right, this is happily on its way. So holding this super high and tight member. So 6 to 12 months, I'm using a weekly time frame. I'm still have my SMA set to a daily time frame though, always locked on the daily. Holding the 20-day simple, actually solid here. This is still consolidating. 352.51 is kind of like their break and push over, Our next level 377, has been that gap fill that we outlined last week. So if you were here for the last show, that first target, boom, tagged it, 377 to the penny. So that's a day trading, some kind of weekly tag. At this point, you expect that to happen. Then you see some consolidation. Then you want to see another follow through here. That takes you to 424 in this box right here. I'll pull this back just slightly just so I can get a better view. Oops. And I'm just speeding up a little bit because you're really in that time frame looking at this. And that is going to line me up one more time to that 421 area. And if for whatever reason you can get through 421, then and only then do you think about 465s. That is UNH.
Okay, love it. Oscar, 6 months.
This is coming down to ACA extensions and the government shutdown.
Yeah.
On days like today when you open up. Huh?
We should get more information after the shutdown, basically.
Yeah, well, as it was, they were already looking good. If the ACA, if the extensions go through, fundamentally, you could be looking at a $30, $35 stock. 6 to 12 months, you're still looking at this giant thing here as that consolidation. If I look at it on a weekly, it's the same thing. I'm just using a smaller time frame in that instance. This is the same chart as before. 30 to 35 is actually right here. 31, same exact block. For now, this is steadily in this uptrend. So last week we said 19s were support. Guess what this tested? Bingo, bango, bongo. One more time, W for TT. There it is. If you caught it, congrats. This is actually sub 19 on Fridays. Even this morning, there it is. I don't know what to tell you, but that's the spot. There it was. Hopefully this holds. That's ideal. We draw this across. You can see it one more time right here. That prior resistance turns support, 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 resistance, support. One more time. Here we go. And then you're looking for, even on just this basic ascension, this gets hot and heavy over 22 and a quarter, 22 and 3/4, which gives me confluence on the trajectory. 23 and 3/4 on the trajectory to 30. Good God, Oscar. Next.
QBTS, 6 months.
Quantum, 6 months. This can go all over the place, but let's just stick with the what do you call this? This spectacles, technicals, whatever. 6 months. So smaller stock. I need to use a different time frame here because of the way this moves. 6 months on this guy, low float. This has happened. Let me get one more move here. This has happened. I mean, every one of these has happened. So this is not going to take 6 months. This is going to be significantly less than 6 months. This is going to be more like 1 to 3 months in the $50 range. And then at that point, you're looking at this type of trajectory. And then you're looking at, so you're looking 6 months here, here, here. So twofold, you're looking at multiple waves. We call waves, but multiple iterations. 6 months down the line, you don't need 6 months for this to get to 50. As long as this stays the course, that's going to happen way before 6 months. Stop. You don't want to see this below 38. That would be your full blown retest. But losing 38 would mean that you do see 35s, and that would be a deeper pullback here. Still somewhat on course though. All right, next.
Salesforce, 1 year.
1 year.
I mean, these guys announced an OpenAI partnership and still nothing today.
Yeah, I don't think you need a year here either. I would probably break it up. 1 year is a heavy commitment on Salesforce because it's at the spot right now, right here and now. So if this does turn around 7 or 240 has been kind of like that general area. So first of all, 300 is, if this does turn around, that's going to be your next general spot in here. Do we want to zoom this in? So I'm not on a weekly now because we are at the like absolute tippy top of this consolidation here. It's been basing out. It's not on October stocks. Tomorrow's sale or Dreamforce, I think they have a investor day / keynote at the same time tomorrow. This is a big pivot. Fundamentals are going to come into effect tomorrow. And so fundamentals will change this stock story tomorrow. I think two things can happen. One, if this trajectory is to happen, you'll start to see this actually begin to play like tomorrow, and that would be into 260s by the end of the week. It could still go sideways legitimately, and then you'd want to see this kind of continuation within that same time frame. So within that time frame here, but you still want to see this entire area become that low right over here. So it's still here and now. If you lose that 200 week, then you are looking at 210.
Okay. Zeta, 1 year.
Zeta. Is this helping everybody? This is helping me.
I think this is helping a lot more. Yeah.
This is helping me a lot with the time frame.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's this kind of like run of the mill area. This is not a great pullback. It's just an okay pullback. Great pullbacks in the 16s. That would complete. Great pullback in the 16s would complete, if you want to be very bullish, which would complete a very strong head and shoulders. If you were to get that, then you could look for this move into the 26s. It's just okay here at 18. That's within that time frame. It's close to the 200-day simple. And you're looking at that would be a fill of this low volume pocket between 118.50, which we outlined last week. It is holding right now, so it's a bullish hold. But if that does fail, then your bigger discount is around 15 3/4, just under 16. But no reason to sell here with that time frame, with that time horizon. Just know that you don't want to be fully positioned either, because you could get a real nice little discount, which is a measured pullback into a golden pocket retracement from this swing low to swing high here, which aligns with this order block right here.
Okay.
Cool. Next.
Bullish Jake, thanks for the super chat. He says, my dad is up 82% on Rigetti. Needs help with putting up a stop loss in the next 3 to 9 months.
3 to 9 months. No stop loss here. The only thing you can do is control sizing. So stop losses are not going to help you on a stock like Rigetti, especially if you actually get stopped out. I would suggest not doing that and just control your sizing of the position as a whole. Too big, you get too excited. Too small, you don't have enough. And if you do get stopped out, then you're prone to FOMOing back in at the wrong time. So stay, but size appropriately. You're at the top of this channel here. So again, do you sell? No. Is it gonna like fully come back? Like, no. I think this retest is at 49s. Remember, bottom of the channel is your best trade location as always. This is your channel. You guys don't have it. You can screenshot this here, but I would take this general area right there. That's going to put you right around here. If this is I have a measurement move that's completed here. And then if I have a measured pullback, I'm getting the same pullback to 48, but this should be a bit exhausted in the meantime, and expect some kind of pullback from 58 from today, 56s to about 49 as standard. If you lose 43, then you've lost trend. To your legitimate actual question, losing trend would look like this here, which is below 44.
Okay. Another super chat, Unity. This one, no time frame.
I actually don't hate Unity. I still like Unity. I actually started to get a bit of a pump here. It got hit right at the 50-day simple. This is back to entry, if you will. So this is, can I not start this for just a second?
Yeah.
Just because it's a special, it's the bony frill of what we call the Triceratops. This is a paper profit special. Crazy Triceratops. So just know that's what it is. This is the bony frill. It's the horn. It's the first bullish sentiment. And then what you do is you ride the bony frill up, which takes it to about 45. But you're always very cautious of the violent trajectory back down, because this is very real also. So that's how that whole thing works. It's very real. It's not an endangered species or pattern. It actually plays out all the time. But it's a bullish hold here. So I still like it. I would not stop out of this. I don't have a fundamental story behind this, so it's not like super high conviction. It's a very good technical spot. I do like the technical spot. The technicals are not invalidated until it's below 31.75. Next.
PayPal, 1 year.
Don't hate it at all. I think you could take some of these in chunks. You're going to have some kind of, another little bony frill if you were to see it. But it's still toppy, right? So earnings are coming at the end of the month. So just know, look, we got one pre-earnings move was into it, hit that consolidation. I wanted to believe that it continues to go, but we always say, hey, the first time that these things typically break that first downtrend, they tend to be a short, near term, short as in short term, which it did fail. That's all that means. And where they fail to, they typically fail right into that prior supply or that prior buy zone, which is exactly where this went today and yesterday. And actually, this setup here, I think, is a long here and now, right into this in this prior support area here. This should set you up for another shot, at least into that same exact area. You still need to be very cautious at 74.85. I think this can set up for another push into that 200-day, but that 200-week simple moving average, which is the purple line right here, remains overhead resistance, remains that you have a fair value gap. This is a base that's been established over a very long period of time. If I pull this back, it's a very important pivot. So holding here is very good long term, but to expect it to explode here and now, I wouldn't be deterred based on that time horizon with that little blip on this radar. You're looking for a much longer continuation, which is going to blow past your earnings and over 81. Then you can start talking about 90s, and then over 90s, fine. We can talk about this. But at this point, once you get through that, you've been beyond earnings, and you would need to have some confirmation that the fundamentals of this entire company have changed. So this will be a fundamental catalyst that confirms. Next.
Teladoc 3 months, buybacks coming, and Nick says he thinks you're going to like this setup.
Nick is like a deep value. Nick has been, listen, let's say this about Nick. This is not the first time Nick has asked me about Teladoc. This has been on his radar for a very long time. So I'm going to go ahead and go in the daily here. He's got a pretty heavy base. I didn't know this because it comes with the lift territory. $8. Yes, this is a stock trade. I wouldn't be an options trader here. Equities looks fine. I don't know. Sorry, I didn't set the timer. I don't know if I would. I feel like I'm Kramer actually in the lightning round. I'm talking so fast. I don't know that I hate this. I think you need to know a little bit more about this. This is coming up with earnings on the 22nd. So I don't know that you'd have to rush into this. Technically, this does look like it's going to try and shoot up. If you're a stock trader, equity trader, this move into 1076 looks like it's possible on earnings, but does it hold? That's the question. Is this a one and done, but don't sleep overnight with her kind of situation? It's very possible. If that happens, you're probably looking at a pullback into the 9s, and then you would really, what Nick might be like, praying for way later is in the 1350s, which you never know. It's probably not going to get there. I would say realistically somewhere in the 1240s, but very cautious at that point that you have some kind of major overhead resistance. That would be a beautiful trade, but without having to, I don't know. Amit hasn't said that he's going to Teladoc yet over the HIMSS or other places. By the way, Costco is selling Ozempic now, I heard.
Really?
I did hear that. Next.
CleanSpark in general. It's another
miners in general. I think they got a lifeline, right? I think someone said that CleanSpark, because I did mention these miners are going to dilute later. I think CleanSpark said they're not going to dilute, and maybe this is the lifeline that the whole cohort needed. But this is right through that more recent kind of area. So this has broken through. And I think that this lifeline is, at least from a market perspective, being seen, in fact, as a lifeline. So at this point, God, they're going to make me do it, aren't they? We're going in the Wayback Machine, 2845 Wayback Machine here. Let's call this a session gap with a breakdown, 2861. Good night. Fine. I didn't want to go that far, but you're twisting my arm because we are, if we do get through, this is your fair value. 21, boom, we're there. So expect this one. So you're here. So let's say 1, 2, 3. If we get a chop, pull back bigger on the 4th attempt, fine. 2861. There you have it, CleanSpark, which means that this general area of whatever that happens to be, 18 is a pullback zone. It's a minor. There's a big shift. There's a sentiment. So sentiment here matters. Sentiment has changed for the miners as a whole. Does it need to pull back? No, it doesn't need to pull back. It can just do this. All right.
Okay. By the way, we have some news right here. Besant and Greer are going to hold a press conference on the economy. I think if that happens tomorrow, then we'll see what they both have to say. Applied Digital, next 3 months.
APLD, I think this has gotten some more attention. There's clearly a story here. But okay, now this is actually hit through a pretty heavy. So first of all, congrats. I don't think you need to sell this. So this has gotten through a pretty heavy area. I don't think you need to sell this, and I don't hate this either. So this whole thing is, I think, what people were maybe trying to yell at us about, which I wasn't really seeing. Near term, this is what we're looking at. So without going really deep in the weeds on the far left, let's just go ahead and look at this here now and say, if this is in fact the consolidation and breakthrough, we'll give it the benefit of the doubt, 50s. Yeah, shit me. I can say that out loud. It's 50s, dude. So sentiment.
It's a low float. It's a low float. It could get
it's
there.
50s. It's what it is. It's 50s, and that means that in the meantime, the pullbacks. But it's now got enough that I can actually tinker with this. 31s. Now it's acting proper. All right. So 31s would be 31.89. Cool. This is like a pullback here. And that would put as an extension on the way here. Oops. here, and then one more. Sorry. Pullback here. And that's how you get there. 1, 2, 3, multi-leg. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. Hercules, Jack, thank you for the super chat. We did Rigetti, but Jason, any thoughts on a target, or you think this thing is just exploding?
Or upside target. I think I did do both of that because so the question was for a stop loss. The target here is just to be in this channel, and if this pullback, it's going to be in 65 to 68s. So I don't think it's actually going to break down. I think that is your pullback area here, and this continues on into that 65 areas.
Cool. Big Bear, 1 year.
Oh, I'm surprised we haven't gotten hit with Soundhound yet.
We got that one too. We'll do that.
We did?
I mean, we'll do it after this.
Okay. So heavy consolidation, finally breaking out. 1 year BBAI weekly, right? So 1, 2. Does it need to happen now? No. I like that 750 as a pullback on a headline. I'm assuming that just by eyeing this chart, that actually looks like I might be spot on that 750. That's really close. 7. So a really nice pullback would be in the 7s. And that would actually set you up for that follow through. And the follow through would look like right off the 50-day. Well, okay. Into 11 and change. I'm not usually super bullish like this, but I would take this as bullish or bearish because it's like you're at 9 something, and I'm telling you that's a heavy retracement, but it's a heavy retracement to go shop. It's a 30% pull down, drawdown to go shopping for a bigger move that I think is going to line up with this. I don't know that you can fully go into this whole situation right now, but what we can do, so this is going to line me up also. So right here, 835 is that from swing high, swing low, that 50% retracement, getting a push through 835, landing this into 1060 is exactly that bearish retracement on that. All right. Next.
Let's do this one right here. Lemonade, 1 year.
Lemonade, 1 year. Are you guys good with this flow? Is this helping?
I think it's really good. It's really good.
I think we're burning through these too. So this is actually monthly, multi-month. So 2 month, almost 3 month consolidation. That should be ready soon. Insurance, healthcare, helping. It's right in that golden kind of retracement from this 35. Yeah, that's 50% retracement. Can it come down a little bit more? Sure. That little bit more looks like 45. Does it have to? No, it doesn't. I would actually like to see. This is Spencer. Spencer asking for this.
No, just someone else.
No. 70.
This one's been, as you said, it's consolidated for the past couple of weeks now.
Almost 3 months.
Almost, yeah.
Yeah, over 2 months. So 70, I have some confluence here. I mean, if I just go here to here, I confluence again. Yeah, I have multiple levels of confluence. And yes, it can come down a little bit more. But it's not I wouldn't be short this. Looks like it did that on Friday. You might have missed it. It might have happened already. That was it hit on Friday. Shoot. Sorry, my language. Dang. It might have happened. So this might be ready to roll. Healthcare is rotating. So, all right. Put it on the watch. Fine. They have earnings coming. So
Adobe 1 year.
100. Is there a $0 put?
A $0 you're that bearish? Goodness.
Yeah, this is not. They need a fundamental shift. So sentiment wise, it's bad. It's worse than CRM, way worse than CRM. Yikes, Rody. It is.
I don't think AI kills these guys, but it doesn't make them more exciting guys.
No, but they have Figma. Don't we have Canva coming soon?
Yeah.
Those two things are what I'm talking about. Those two specific IPOs are like gonna crush this sentiment, not in reality. So I would say if you're long, stay the course. If you're not long, you can wait patiently below 275. Below 275. You got plenty of time here. You're not going to know that this is out of the weeds until see how tight CRM was. This one's not really even like kind of close to that level of tightness. It's more like I'm going to bust through this last level one more time and take another leg to the downside in here. But earnings are coming. The only way this invalidates is if this does break through, which is possible. And I would have to zoom in a little bit more. But again, you have a ways to go. Yeah, it's closer to the falling out of having the bottom fall out than breaking through the top right now. It's testing 1, 2, 3, 4 times going to test through that 330 level. That'd be another $50 downside shot.
Okay.
They need a new storyline. They need a sentiment change.
RR, 3 months.
RR.
It's Rich Tech Robotics.
Oh, we must have done this last time.
Yeah.
So I had a pullback. We had a pullback zone that was 522 from this last area. What is this from? Oh, actually I had measured it here, but there it was. That was from our last show. And so let's say this does hold. Where it's going to break through is over 7. And in that instance, then you have 2 levels. You're kind of going into this box right here. Oops. For that breakthrough. But that happens over like this general area, which you're still technically fighting with. It has not broken through yet. So it's possible that this continues and it goes sideways and you still get this. Like all of that's actually still possible, by the way. But so whether or not it's here now or this comes down and slowly goes back up, either one of these 2 paths are possible. This is a tough one because it's at resistance literally right now. That's all I would say about this, but it looks constructive. That was the pullback right here that you didn't want to see it. Like that was your best near term within that time horizon risk reward. Otherwise from here, you don't want to see 5. You still don't want to see that 515 get lost. Then that trade is invalidated. Because that's a trade. All right, next.
Okay. Before we do the next one, real quick, again, guys, Jason's Twitter, I'm putting it in the chat. If you want to connect with him in his Discord, his private links, you can click on that in the description and you can get to know more about him. And then in general, I would follow him on Twitter because he drops a bunch of different charts that are very useful to see in real time. Webull 6 months.
Have you seen this chart though? Like, what the hell?
It looks like a quantum nuclear AI chip.
It looks like a quantum leap to me. This is so irritating. $3.59, bro. So irritating.
If you have rare earths or quantum or nuclear in your name, you're going.
This is clean energy. Like, yeah. They must have gotten some news. Has nobody seen seen this? Am I the only one that knows that this stock is a stock?
I did not know this existed, but there's a lot of stocks like this, I feel like. Moving. Matt says I sold it for a loss in February. Damn.
Yeah. Look at this thing. That's disgusting.
Weeble 6 months out. A lot of chatter that this thing is going to 20 by end of year by some of the TA people on X. I don't know if you would agree with that or not.
I mean, who are we talking about?
Jake, that guy has fucking like
Wajastic?
Yeah, he has thousands of contracts.
Look, I know
bro.
Jake. Look, I know him though.
He's not bad. He hits more than he misses.
Dude, I've done classes with Jake, like side by side.
20 by end of the year.
Jake is Wyckoff. He's very old school, so he's looking at this as a large Wyckoff pullback retest. So what that means is that this here and now has to hold. So Jake will also know that this must actually. This is pretty much exactly. Here, the thing about this timing, critical. So right here is what we call fair value, a different kind of fair value. 1102, let me see if that hit. Well, we said 10 or 11. You got the downside target. So this is kind of like that meta. So downside target acquired, right into the supply. This is like, yeah, so this is a spot where you buy. There's no question here. And this is not a spot where you expect it to explode either. So you accumulate in this, in that time frame, what was it? Well, anyways, I know, Jake, this time frame, you expect another similar 30-day consolidation right here. And then you're looking for this kind of move to the upside. Telling Paper said, what's up?
But do you think it can hit 20 end of year?
Well, Jake is doing the same thing that I'm doing, but he's going to be basically, that's basically what he's saying, is he's saying this. So the only difference here is that I'm going to be going level to level. I don't think that it supports the story fundamentally, but I'll tell you how to track it, which is what he won't do. Because I would actually I'll go out on a limb and say I'll be better at that than tracking the trajectory and pathing. So so we're going to go over time on this, but so you can afford a 30 to 45 day base here. Well, this goes sideways to sloppy, choppy. And then here, we just did exactly the exercise that we've been doing. If and when you get through this level here, we're going to call this a break of structure, right? This 1160 is going to be your change of character because that's the top of this channel here. So your consolidation area, legitimately, you want it here. It's going to be a second here. So if this gets through this area, so you're going to be looking for another Wyckoff setup in here, another reaccumulation of 30 to 45 days, reaccumulation in there. And then you're going to be looking at a trajectory into 1444. That's going to be your 50% pullback from swing high from this more recent swing high to that more recent swing high to this swing low. That's here, which is what this is the exercise that we've been talking about. I would absolutely expect this. longer consolidation. And then from here to here, so that you're tracking, you're pathing from here to here, cool. And then you would want to see some kind of move. You're going to get into a fair value here. This is how it always goes. But once you learn this kind of schematic, if you will, it's a blueprint for the stock market. At that point, you can actually have some kind of a retracement. You have another 30 to 45 day consolidation, and then you do it again. That's how you get there. Or maybe longer consolidation. This can happen here. This can happen there. This does not have to happen here, right? This can happen here. Then you get this, and then you can get this again. So this can be multifaceted, to be fair. Waves like that. But that is how you would get there, more or less. But this is the pathing. This is the trajectory. It's not a one and done. That's an investment, is what that is.
Okay. ASML next few months. This one has earnings this week as well.
No, this one has earnings tomorrow.
Oh yeah, tomorrow. Yeah.
I mean, I can't do this one really, because you'll have to see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, actually, that makes sense. Let's skip this because you're not going to see it. Let's do 6 months. FOUR.
Shift 4. Oh, what happened? Call Jonah. Get him on the phone right now.
Is he still long this thing?
I have no idea. Did I reset this?
Yeah, you're good. The only headline is Derek guys might work for NASA again.
Oh, leave?
Yeah, I mean, there was some talks that he's rediscussing.
Look, trade location.
Oh, that's clean.
It's not really much more to say than put that on an image. Like, all right, well, oh, sorry, daily. It can come in. No, I mean, that's trade location. If it breaks down, it breaks down. It's no bueno. But you have a lower high. This doesn't look bad. I mean, if this fails, then what you're looking at is a failure into the 60s. This is investment. What was the time frame?
6 months.
Take the shot with a very tight stop loss, or flip it because you're right on the edge. 6 months, you can take the shot here and now. If you lose 73, flip on that and go short to 63.
Okay. Reddit 1 year.
It's coming in. It's getting more interesting. I think that the sellers are getting less and less. So this is 191. Well, assuming that you already owned it, I think that you're mostly done. I think you could see 190, and then if you have some covered calls, buy those back. We're getting to earnings at the end of the month. I think this sets up for a little bit of a liquidity grab like this, and then some more chop, and you get this. So depending on where your cover calls are, I guess you don't have to buy those back, but I think you get this kind of consolidation into earnings. So maybe that was you get this like that. And then right here is where earnings would show up. So I'm looking at 191. Dip.
Okay. Path 6 months.
Dip and then pre-earnings rip. Path 6 months PATH.
This one kind of really worked out past.
I gotta say, guys, it sounds like it's really easy for them to for you to put this time horizon, and it changes everything for me. So
I think it helps you a lot too. Yeah.
So last week I said this is actually at resistance, so it was a hard call for me. If you took it, it broke through the resistance and it got to that upside target. So congrats. Somebody pinged me on X and I was like, I looked at it and I'm like, wow. Okay. So at resistance, but it did break through. Boom. This is target acquired. I think what you do is you kind of know for sure that like that was your upside target, 1808. At this point, you just, where's my pullback? And you're really, this is a pullback, but it's a very light pullback. I would expect some kind of sideways price action over 1696. That's actually going to be the 200 week SMA, which is this purple line here on my chart. 200 week SMA. Can they see that? You can see that. That's fine. That's good. This is not a daily. This is actually a weekly 200 week time frame. It's different. It's significant, but I would expect some kind of consolidation and then breakthrough happens over 17 for the next one. Sorry, let me move forward. Over 17 for the next one. Really? Which would be into 20s. I'm getting a new mouse. Someone bought me a mouse and having it delivered. I'm very appreciative because this mouse is extremely noisy and I'm over it, which lines me up to this little area here. I would probably undercut that $20 level just slightly. Yeah, I'd probably it's gonna if it continues, if you get continuation, I think you get a consolidation a little bit more, and it's gonna try for 20. Crazy. And if it fails though, if it fails below 16, then it goes all the way back to 13, or maybe thereabouts.
Okay.
So,
Rubric 1 year.
Rubric 14, 15, then 13. So this was the spot of like I'm torn on Rubric. I love the company. Do I like the stock? It's a valuation thing and it's a TAM thing. It's security, but it's data protection. It's a different flavor of security. So this broadening formation to an extent is what I actually didn't catch earlier, but it actually is a bit of a broadening formation. So the lows here, if you see 70 on another 200-day simple moving average flush, I think that's good. But here, after holding, so swing low to swing high of this one, and I have some confirmation here after tagging the bottom of this broadening area and bouncing. I think you might be able to take a shot at it. With a very cautious shot, because if it doesn't go, if it loses 77.5, then you do have, what was the time frame? A year? Yeah. So like you could have a position, it's not a short, but you could see something just below 70, just below, as close to 70 as you can. I think that's that's more interesting to me in the near term. And then ideally picking up around there. But you got to be cautious because this is still, you have this where it hit its head right here. This is that major consolidation. So this was an investor base that was trying to attempt to be like an investor base that was trying to be established. It bounced up, it hit its head right here, and they sold right into it. So that's a rough sign. All right. That's strictly on valuation, I think.
Rocket.
Hopefully this consolidates. I love the stock. I love the company though, and tries again. Maybe you get 4 attempts. Rocket Mortgage. Oh, dude, I should have looked at this today. I didn't look at this. I'm so upset. Don't be green. Don't be green. Don't be green. Don't be a big green stick. Okay. Okay, it's manageable. It's manageable.
This is obviously a rate cut play as well.
Yeah.
Time frame is a couple of years on this.
Oh yeah, that's it. That's your spot. 16. Well, you should know. We don't know, no, but like as close to 16 as you can. That's a spot. It can go deeper, which puts it towards 14, just above 14. So it's close to 15, couple years, as close to 15 as you can. Like this. So weekly, couple years, I'm actually going to go to monthly. And you can expect this to be like 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 shots. So in between this, I would expect this like that, right? So my accumulation range is going to be in this 15 to 16 area, which is why I said what I'm saying. Why I said what I'm saying. What I've said, why I said what I said, and we're looking for 27s on an extension in here. Cool.
Soundhound, 6 months.
Soundhound, 6 months. 6 months is well. So this 6 months I'm going to daily. And you're really looking at this situation here. So this is an extension of this consolidation here, which puts you right there. I'm going to do this one other way, and I'm just going to go from here to here and get my bear zones. Oh, we're well above it. So that's probably why I didn't do that. So at 15, so this is a much cleaner chart than Big Bear. It's still giving me 22s, which is going to be this fair value gap right here. I mean, this is all pretty much mapped out as it is. I think you screenshot this and you run with this, and you want to see this kind of go level to level like that right there. You can kind of chop. You might even get a little slop. That's what you're looking for. At any point, if you lose, let's say, one of these major levels, okay, well, then you know that you go down. Or if you lose this broader trajectory here, you're just on that. So this can go sideways. If it does, that's fine. Just know these are all in play. So as close to this area as you can is your prevailing uptrend, wherever that happens to be.
Okay. ARM, 6 months.
I don't think you need 6 months. Missed this one. This one did me dirty. Well, it didn't do me dirty. It just, again, Pokemon, can't catch them all. These are quick and dirty. This is a extreme high beta. Yeah. Well, 150 was the major pivot. 135, I should have known. I knew that. I'm just a little disappointed in myself here for not having this one on. This is, I take this trade all the time because I know that this has been happening. So we're at 1, 2, 3. This is, wow. I'm just so frustrated here, whatever. Because I trade this a lot. Oh, I'm going to cry. All right. So that said, it's okay. It's okay. I think that this is more in this area. So we will probably have some kind of a pullback in here. We're going to retest. I'm getting a little fancy because I'm somewhat interested here. I got a couple seconds to find this level. 159 and 155. So 159 and 155. Kablamo, kablumo. That's where I'm looking for. This is going to be wowzers. Screenshot it, whatever. Just under 2.
Just under 200. Okay.
Oh, frustrating. So it's the first one, by the way. So I don't know that it's like you have to chase this. If this doesn't hold right here, like just know that this can come deep. But there you have it.
TMC, 6 months.
TMZ.
TMC.
TSM.
No, TMC, the metals company. This is a rare earth 10X.
You don't know this one.
Yeah, the rare earth stuff helped it a lot. I mean, I don't know. It went parabolic. So the question is, do you think it's legit from here?
Is it more legit than AQMS?
Exactly.
Too legit. I mean, as that target, it's at full extension. So act right needs to look like here, 12. It can, and then it can do this, and then it can do that. That's what acting right needs to look like. So that's 15s. Not acting right looks like not acting right looks like this later, which puts you into the 7s. This is not for the faint-hearted.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm doing them though.
Same theme, MP for the next year.
MP's not. I mean, MP is. It's a theme. It's a theme, but it's not. Dude, this is dirty. Dude, whoever asked this the other day, and I looked at it, I was like, I would have thought that it was going to be done. And we looked at it on the show, and I was like, but it's holding right here. And I remember looking at this, and I'm like, okay. And that's interesting because that's like the breakout is acting as support. So like if it was going to break down, it would have done that, and it didn't. Then all of a sudden, so there's that story. You're there. I don't even know why I'm measuring this because we know what it is. It's 125. And acting right needs to look like this, that. In the meantime, what could a pullback look like?
I feel like if it sees 65s again, people will get really excited.
What 83s remains that breakout, but I don't know that you get 83s. Actually, I think this morning wick might have been it. This is the rule of like stocks that cross over 75 that go to 125. You're there.
Okay. A-Lab, 6 months. This one got hit with the Oracle AMD news this morning, which I don't think it's that bearish.
Also Broadcom. So I got the quadruple whammy, 1, 2, 3, triple whammy. So a lot of custom silicon stuff. Marvell's actually having a little similar stuff as well. But I think custom silicon is like, this is probably going to be an opportunity. I almost bought this today. I need to go. When are you coming down next?
San Francisco?
San Jose.
Probably next year, early next year.
You want to call these guys up and see if we can swing by and meet the CEO?
How much pull do you think I have, bro? Just call these
We're
guys.
not talking about you. I'll talk to them.
Okay, so then you call them. I'm down if you're down.
Yeah, if I can make it happen.
I don't know that much about them, but I think 13% down because of an Oracle headline is not as reasonable.
We could probably just tour, worst case scenario, see if I know some people. 150s looks good, but it is broken trend. I think this is how this rolls. It's very high beta, broken trend, but just this from that last breakout does put me like, this is the spot. This is the spot. 145 gets me really interested. Although that said, I did have this on watch as a potential extension, and it didn't get through it anyways, right? So like, this is why we do that bear exercise, because knowing when to press that bet, here's that bearish retracement. I needed to see it close over 233. It didn't get there, 223, 224.50. That's a bearish retracement. That's when a bearish retracement goes bad for the bulls. But this is why we always watch for this. And in this instance, what we want to do is we want to do that. I'm going to go extension. You're here. Yeah. So again, I'm here. I have confluence multi-ways 155. 155s to, if it gets out of control, 140.
Okay. Intel 1 year.
Buy.
Really?
I mean, yeah. 1 year. I mean, 1 year. 1 year.
1 year.
Yeah. Sentiment. Just sentiment alone.
I mean, Trump's not going to let them fail, right?
I mean, well, we knew it was under book at 20 something, but there was no reason to get excited. It's well above 20 something, which is fine. It's not about that though. It's about the sentiment changing. So let's go ahead and do the exercise, because I haven't done this. Oh yeah, I might have to take it back. Bearish retracement slapped her. Ooh, I almost spoke to him. Maybe I might have spoken too soon. 39.50 was it. So for this to act right, it has to hold 34.50, 34.75, which quite frankly, it still kind of puts it as like, if you're going to act right, this is kind of where you want to see this chop, get a little slop, then make another run. You could chop in here, make another run, but that's what that needs to look like. And then in this instance, this is, yeah, 45s, possibly. Yeah. So yes, I think you need to have I think you might need to broaden your time horizon though.
Okay. JD, same time frame, 1 year.
Oh, bye.
Dude, the amount of options, when you showed me that picture, 80,000 calls open for the 40. That's all Jake, by the way. I think Jake called that out to his subscribers, and
Jake,
he owns,
really?
Yeah, he owns like 2,000 of those contracts. A $40 call.
I have Marches. Jake is not. Let me just tell you about Jake. And you know, I'll call him if you need to, but he's not an options guy. I'm an options guy. Jake is a stock guy. Jake is not an options guy. So let's. Yeah, he likes the stock, but he does not know the Greeks. He knows them in concept.
So you like JD for a year?
Yeah, and I like Jake. Let's be like straight, but yeah, it's the same thing actually. So this is the setup. It's like a big base. This is the PayPal setup. This is a lot of stuff. This is the Coinbase setup. How Coinbase initially started is like you get this. This is, and I think if you, side note, if you get a bounce on CRM, I think that you expect exactly this to happen in the future. Is you get this big move, and then another pullback, retest it, and then you start to see it kind of do this thing again. So 30. I don't think that you have a stop on this. I just think that you take your shot. This is going to be so policy driven or sentiment driven that if you stop out of this, it's all about sizing. I don't think you need to have a huge size here to have a good win here either. But I think this is, it's not a thing. This is the spot. This is it. This is where you want to take the shot. Can it come down a little bit lower? Yes, sure. But do you want to really like hold out for exactly that? Because this is pretty deep into it.
AMKR 1 year. Me and Stock Talk are both in this one.
Someone asked me about this on my channel. It's a manufacturer, right?
Packaging company.
Is it?
Packaging for semiconductors.
I thought it was packaging testing. Is this the outsourcing company?
Yeah. Yep. OSAT. I mean, look, I like it because it trades at 1.15 times sales.
Yeah, but they're outsourcing. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
They're cheap. They're working really closely with TSM for the fab in Arizona. And if you believe in onshoring any semiconductor manufacturing in the States, it seems like Amcor is going to be a pretty... It reminds me of SMCI in 23. Like, it seems like they're going to play a big role in something that's about to happen. It's just secluded to the U.S. So I think it's a double on revenues in a year. So 6 billion to 12 billion revenues, and that gets you closer to like $45-50 in terms of the stock price. So I don't even think TA matters that much on it, but you know,
I mean, it does. 26 is a good spot. This is your prevailing uptrend right here. So all of this. So TA always matters in terms of like, can you get it's not going to matter in terms of the general direction, to your point. No, it doesn't matter. Yeah. But can it matter in terms of when you learn how to trade and you can trade into an investment, can you like multiply your compounded returns that you would have to normally just wait to get? For sure. Like, from that perspective, TA would matter, and it would help, right? So like, all I'll say is like, this can come in. I think this is fine, but trade location probably closer from a time perspective. It can go sideways for another couple weeks, maybe into earnings, and if you get something closer to 20, just slightly sub 27. Really, whatever this order block was here, retest this area right here.
Agreed.
That would be good.
All right, we'll do 10 more minutes, then we got to get Jason out of here. Jason, thank you so much for being here every week. I'm putting Jason's Twitter and YouTube in the chat again. You can follow his Discord. He has a private group as well for those that want to get deeper into some of the stuff that he's doing. You can check him out. VG 1 year. This bad boy got hit with a BP lawsuit. I think they're in a legal battle for the next year. I don't think there's anything.
That's what the TA tells me. Yeah. TA tells me that there's something new that changed the story on October 9th. that might have uncovered some kind of new story. And it tells me now that this is the low that it's retesting, and it should hold here. But if it doesn't, then it's possible that this goes lower. But I think the question is like, where? Five. So there's a couple, like the trajectory to get there. I don't know what's going on with the stock, but it's just telling me that, well, we need to price you back into March of 2025. So whatever is happening today is putting this in the time machine back to whatever was happening with the stock in early 2025. So whatever the stock was dealing with in 2025, is it better or worse is the question. That's really it. And so 780s is really like where you could kind of go to next, assuming that there's no, what did you say it was? A BP something?
BP lawsuit, arbitration case. Yeah.
Arbitration case. So only being somewhat familiar with it, you just need to know, like, what are the other arbitration risks? Are there other similar lawsuits? And I think that to the extent of that, if there are, that's the only thing that would keep a cap on the stock. And then see this right here where this prior breakout was, and this breakdown area, and this little blip on the radar here. So that's 10. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit, and I know I'm a little over on this one, but this is going to be 1045. 861 puts you right here. That's a critical spot, and puts you back into this heavy volume, like investor base. So whoever's buying here, maybe they took some profit, but now they're getting their initial cost back. So they have a chance to take the shot one more time. Do they double dip here and now, or do they say the story has changed? That's the question. From here, this will say that the story has changed if it's over that 1040. And I'm just going to go a little bit deeper. So maybe not even 1040, 1050. So right here, so this is your secondary breakdown, and I'll do one more from the actual whatever news candle it is. I don't have a higher low yet. Technically, I still have lower lows. So we're still making daily lower lows, and we're still making daily lower highs. So you want this trend to really go away first, because you're in a like somewhat down channel. You're getting consolidated, so it's better. Stop getting lower. You don't want this to close below 880. And then at 975, over 975, this is when you're going to start to be on the mend way over here. And you could get this kind of a pullback, and you might see something like that. At 975, you'll get to 1054. You might even get a big shot. There might be some kind of case, something. Then you need to be cautious at around 11. You don't want to see this happen. But if you do, this is your pathing to recovery. That's it.
So following up on those, quick thoughts on next, just on the chart in general, NEXT.
I only just because I had an inkling of what was going on with VG, but not really next. Timers. What is this the same story? I don't know what's happening here, but this looks.
This is pre-revenue oil and gas. But does the chart?
So
tell you
I gotta tell you, I feel like oil and gas becomes a positional trade here, anyways, because like if you were to talk to the milkman, I'm sure that he will probably tell you the same thing, that in reality, it's going to be nat gas and oil and gas that really come to save the day, believe it or not, right? But people don't want to hear that. So while is this a producer?
I don't fully know. I think they're upstream, if I'm not wrong.
Need to buy it. Positional.
Well, the insiders are buying like crazy. That's the one.
I would buy it. It's a 200-week simple moving without knowing anything. Without knowing anything about this company, it looks like a buy. I'm not actually joking. This looks like, but it looks like a investment buy, possible positional buy. Breakout, pullback, retest into supply. 200-week simple moving average. Can it go lower? Sure. Can you get to maybe 5? Sure. But am I going to be picky? I don't know. Maybe I need to buy this right now. Yeah. So
I actually agree. I do think at these levels, you probably throw a couple thousand at it and just.
Yeah. So so my point is that in reality, it's going to be this sector that saves the day. Maybe nat gas. But pathing needs to look like this. Then you're going to get to that bear zone, which is $9.50. And then here, maybe you could get a little pullback and you get the same kind of thing. That's it. Worst case scenario, you get below 5. And then you took a shot and it wasn't good. And what does not good look like? Well, I'll tell you what not good looks like. Not good for now looks like a straight shot to possibly 3. If there's let's see reality 4 to this lower range here. In reality, if all hell breaks loose and you lose that, you're into 4. So what am I risking here? I don't know. I'm risking an upside of 100%, or no, I'm sorry. I'm risking a downside of 30% to make an upside of 100%. That is what we call risk reward. In trading. And I think that that sets up as that's risk management. If my risk management is giving me risk 1 to make 4, it's not bad.
No, I agree with you. I mean,
from a statistical perspective, if I take 4 shots like this and I win one of them, with risking 1 to make 4+, and I have a 25% win rate, I'm going to be positive in my trading account.
Yeah. Also, I mean, just look at this right here. Like, if we get a little bit fundamental, the insiders were buying at freaking 750, bro. Look at this shit. 730, 714, and they're buying in bulk 500,000 shares, 300,000 shares. This was all September 2025, bro. This was last month. And I don't know that much about the industry, but at its core, stock down $2 below where the insiders bought, you probably take a nibble and but then you can't look at it. You can't cry if it goes up or down today. You just gotta let it play out.
No, but this is one where you could take 4 shots like this and lose 75% of them and still be positive in a trading account.
Yeah.
With a longer time horizon.
Okay,
on equity, not options. Oh, we're still going. Shoot, I went over because I thought was it.
Okay, you want to do one more? One last one? And we'll get you out of here.
Opportunity cost, that has to do with sizing. Yeah, no, we do it. Let's go.
Okay, last 3. ISRG, 1 to 3 years.
Intuitive Surgical. Yeah, do we look at MedTech, Medtronics? Is how much do you believe in robotics, I guess? It's not Da Vinci, is it? Is it Da Vinci? This is Da Vinci. I think it is.
Yeah, no, it is Da Vinci. Yeah.
These earnings on the 21st. Okay. It's a spot. I didn't hit the timer. Shoot. It looks good. 1 year?
Yep, 1 year.
Nibble. Because you have earnings only like if it's a new position, I mean, this looks good, but if it breaks down, it could get uglier, and you could get a deeper discount towards the 360s. So it's fine. But under 400 could come, and assuming that they are firing on all cylinders, it's all good. You wanna monitor market sentiment, healthcare first, biotech, and then medtech. This is medtech. So your late cycle here. All right.
Okay. Last two, TMDX 1 year. I haven't looked at this one in a long time, to be honest.
See, the course, no change. This guy, yeah, I wouldn't go out hoping for anything crazy. This is definitely in consolidation. You definitely hit. Like, I know I was shorting this for a minute, and then it stopped going down. It went up, but it hit that bear zone. You're below that 50% mark here. This is small cap. It's possible that this loses this area right now for a better entry. But I would be very cautious on this kind of stock because it can just blow past your levels. 92 looks like a more supportive level, which would be like this. But then you still need to get through. And this actually would play out better to your pattern people in a more constructive teacup if they like that.
All right.
Someone asked me about Tempest. I think it's going to be similar. Sorry.
Oh, Tempest,
good. Yeah. Was that one? I don't know.
It was one of them, but go ahead.
It just looks. If you have to go, we have to go. Just let me know.
I can stay. It's up to you.
Yeah, I think this was like a 3 to 6 month. Also, something about flow. It's bottom of the channel. It's actually just channel up. This is one of your stocks, isn't it?
It's Pelosi stocks, not mine.
Oh, I thought you were doing the copy Pelosi portfolio.
Copied Google. But
Do you still have it?
Google, yes.
You do, huh?
Tempest, no. Yeah.
What are you eating?
I'm not eating anything, bro.
Oh.
Why'd you think?
How's the tooth? I thought you were eating something.
No.
Tooth is good. I just need to use this other channel. Yeah, I mean, it's on the 20. It's not strong. I don't really like it that much, to be honest. But it's AI. It's on the 20.
Okay.
One,
I was going
two,
to
three,
say,
4.
Can we split the last minute 30 real quick between Dutch Bros, NCLH, and DLO?
Okay, yeah. I got this. I got it on Tempest. It's closer to 80, 450, bottom of the channel. Boom, right there. Dutch Bros. Apparently, they're coming up with there's a new Dutch Bros coming to town, which is kind of cool.
Oh, in California?
Yeah, they don't exist in California. There's a big old double bottom that Amit texted me about the other day. He's like, "Is this just a screaming buy?" And I was like, "Dude, I don't know, man. Don't hate it. Don't hate it at all. Saved it. We need to go over here and say this can make its way at least to 57. For now, pre-earnings. Yeah. Especially if this gets a little pullback right now. I do like this here. So like, especially if I get a little slap at the 20-day, and then if I get a pullback literally right now, and then I get a higher daily low, I would be in this bad boy for this kind of a ride, and likely to the 200-day simple. Yep. To 65s, which I would love that. That's a tradable trade. But you have to assume 47 holds.
Your last two are NCLH and DLO.
NCLH, I've right off the 200 right here. So it's okay. But that's not like, this is not like the best spot. So like around I don't like trading a whole lot around 200-day SMA. So I think this can get to 240, 2480, but then you really got to be careful because this can get shellacking into the 20s, which I think would be a better retest of this general area. Because at the end of the day, this was like a high, and this whole thing is a lower high. And this was the last low, and this is a, oops, I might have misspoke. Is this a higher low? No, it is a lower low. So lower low. So lower high, lower low. Yeah, I would be really kind of cautious here. It's not really cruise season, I don't think, unless you're going to Alaska. So what's the time frame on this? Is it a long time frame? Confluence is a long time frame.
Yeah, this is basically a year or 2 years.
Year or 2 years, I don't know. 3 to 5 years, I would say like more like that $20 level is still going to be better. I'm getting this like all kinds of different ways in terms of like looking at this, but you're still in this broader thing. The only way that this breaks is that if this gets over, which would be the same thing here. All right. What was the other one? D-low, like D-local?
Yeah, this one got an upgrade, a little bit of a breakout. Latin America payments. 1 year time frame on this.
Oh, that does not look bad at all. It's probably one of the better looking charts I've seen in a long time, dude.
I think upgrade was to 19 today that I got. I think their management is actually pretty strong. I'm looking deeper into this company, but I don't think it's too crazy to think they get a good earnings, get re-rated.
I have exactly that to 20s. From so weird charts 2095. I got a 1774 session gap. Yeah, so I mean, and then let me see if I have this extension. I mean, I have this all lines up. It's 18. Yeah, I mean, this lines up all kinds of different ways to that same, just under 19. Can this pull back? It can. So a pullback here would be into 14s. And then you look for that to kind of start to grind higher. You don't want to see it lose 1350. Like if I were to go fully across here, there's a pretty heavy pivots down there. Like you can, but it means that if you do, it means that you're going to go to 1250.
Okay. There you go. All right. That was a long day.
I feel like we had. Okay.
We've
That's
done basically 50 tickers, which is a decent amount.
Really?
Yeah. That is a good amount.
That is a good amount. Oh, dude,
There
what
you
happened at
go.
the end of the day? Dude, we just got, dude, he did it again. I just looked at the
It's the soybeans, bro. It's the soybeans. Dude, it would have been a really nice green reversal. And those soybeans 350 came out.
Wow.
335.
Is crypto flying right now after hours? I'm getting all kinds of alerts. Literally right now.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't want to see too big of a green open. If we get too heavy green open, that's not going to be ideal.
All right. Well, there's Jason. You can follow him on X if you want to join his Discord, his memberships. All that stuff is in papergains.com/links. Earnings season is next week. So, Tesla's Tuesday. So we're probably not doing TT on Tuesday. We got to find a time to reschedule it.
Yeah, let's coordinate. I don't mind doing some things after hours. I also, if you guys, I don't know. So I'm probably gonna change my schedule a little bit too. I don't mind, because I'm not gonna be day trading as much, but I don't mind coming in because of that. I don't mind coming in for a day, like intraday segment.
Yeah.
Or
the thing is,
it's your schedule.
Yeah, we might just have to wait until earnings are done, which is 2 weeks, because a lot of this stuff you're going to be like, you can give some insight, but if earnings for Meta are tomorrow, what do you say, right?
That's true. Yeah. So like earnings season, typically, just for everybody who's not familiar, fundamentals supersede technicals. Sentiment supersedes technicals. When we come down to earnings season, what happens is that the fundamental stories, think back to when I was talking about PayPal. If we look at the timestamp, when I said like something fundamentally will change for the company, this is a moment in the market where we can see the fundamental stories start to shift. So the technicals will get swapped around a little bit. So it's almost like a quarterly reset. From a technical perspective, especially for mega caps and things like that. But what I will say to you, Amit, is that we go sector by sector when we talk about earnings. So it's financials first. We didn't have a lot of financials come in this week, but after the financials report, we can start looking at financials. But every week there's a different cohort that tend to report together. It's just that one sector for that 1 week that we won't really be able to look at. But so about a third of the tickers would have to be like, today it was ASML. If they report tomorrow morning, it's not something that it's going to make a lot of sense to look at the chart on.
Okay. So we'll figure it out. We'll see what we got to do. All right, good. I think your idea of the time frame for rapid fire really made sense. Like that helps.
It just helps me understand like what the logic is too. But bean supersedes soybean supersede QT apparently. But yeah.
There you go. All right, Jason. Thank you so much.
Right,
again, there's his Twitter and
YouTube.
YouTube. We will see you next week.
Always fun. Adios.
Later. All right. That is it from me. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Daily recap will be out in about 20 minutes. So if you have not had enough of me yet, we will get the daily recap. Dude, I'm getting tagged in this freaking grinder story all across Twitter. Shout out to Evan for literally tagging me in this. I got it, guys. I got it. Everyone thinks I'm the one who bought out Grindr. Everyone thinks I'm the one. I get it. But no, I did not buy them out, but it is hilarious. It is hilarious. All right, so daily recap will be out in a bit. Now, I recorded the daily recap before this soybean thing came out. So, I mean, I think all the information there is still pretty important and analyzes what's happened, but obviously the soybean thing kind of changed towards the end of the day. Now, again, it didn't really tank the market. It just stopped like a really green close. Tomorrow, I think we'll see how much the market cares about the soybean stuff, how much it escalates, but hopefully it's just Trump saying something before the meeting so that he can negotiate versus it being a Massive escalation. Is Steve live? Is Steve still live? Let me see. Yeah, we can spam Steve's stream. If he's been live for a while, he might be close to ending it, but we can spam it near the end. Let me see right here. Steve is he live? I mean, I know he's live. I don't know if he's still live. He is. No, he just finished. Oh, no, he's live. He's live. He's live. Okay, cool. All right. What do? We can do CRN, or we did CRN last time. What do we do, bro? Look at this guy. He's talking about cookies. Of course he is. He's getting a question about cookies. Look at that. Layer rainbow. Yo, this is perfect. Look at that. Layer rainbow cookie or cannoli, and that's Steve's face. Look at that. Of course, he's looking to the sky trying to get inspiration on how to answer this question. This is hilarious.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
He's thinking so hard.
That's a hard one. That's a really hard one because, I mean,
bro,
rainbow cookies are amazing. Cannolis are amazing. Cannolis are a little better when you have coffee with it. I mean, why do I have to choose? Why can't I just have both? Why can't I just have both? I don't want to choose. I'm not choosing.
Bro, he took it so seriously. Look at this.
Wow.
He couldn't believe the question.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Dude, he closed his eyes. He's like,
that's a hard one.
He looked to the sky.
That's a really hard one because, I mean,
that's hilarious. Okay, what do we spam? What do we spam into the chat? Someone's got to clip that. This man was thinking about that question. Let's spam Oreo. Spam Oreo. He likes chocolate chips over Oreos. It's just spam Oreo. There it is. I'll be in the chat as well. Oreo. That's what we're doing. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'll see you in Steve's chat. Daily recap will be out in like 20, 30 minutes. And let's go spam Oreo and Mr. C. Let me put the link right here for those that don't have it. Dude, he really spent his energy to answer that freaking question. That is hilarious. He looked to the sky to answer that question. All right, I'm out. We'll spam Oreo in Steve's chat. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you guys tomorrow on the Market Open. Bye, everyone.